Steam rises from the porcelain rim. The morning light is soft and dim. I watch the sugar dissolve slow. With nowhere left that I must go. The wooden stool creaks beneath my weight. Small talk drips from a chipped white plate. Yeah. The scent of roasted beans takes flight against the fading chill of night. An amber glow hugs every wall, waiting for the day to call. Your empty chair across from mine, traces of a past design. Letters drift like winter lace, slowing down the frantic pace. Pink velvet on the concrete street, where the earth and heavens meet. Stay inside the quiet hum before the busy hours come. The window frames a fragile scene of all the moments in between. A blush of bloom against the pain, healing every hidden strain. I wrap my hands around the heat while the seasons feel complete. Time is just a drifting leaf, a temporary sweet relief, settling on the dusty ground without a single jarring sound. Petals drift like winter lace, slowing down the frantic place. Pink velvet on the concrete street, where the earth and heavens meet. Stay inside the quiet hum before the busy hours come. Petals drift like winter lace, slowing down the frantic pace. Pink velvet on the concrete street, where the earth and heavens meet. Stay inside the quiet hum before the busy hours come. Steam rises from the porcelain rim. The morning light is soft and dim. The grinder hums a steady tune in this quiet corner of the afternoon. A velvet worn press in my hand, just as the local clocks had planned. I watch the sidewalk people pace, safe inside this wooden space. The window frames a fragile sight, petals drifting pale and bright. A sudden gust begins to blow, the street is brushed with floral snow. Pink shadows dance across the floor behind the heavy oak wood door. The world outside is moving fast, but here the silence is built to last. Blossoms fall like quiet rain, resting on the window pane. The bitter bean and honey swirl while seasons turn around the world. Spring is breathing on the glass, watching every moment pass. Caught within this amber glow, nowhere else I need to go. Blossoms fall like quiet rain, resting on the window pane. The bitter bean and honey swirl while seasons turn around the world. Spring is breathing on the glass, watching every moment pass. Caught within this amber glow, nowhere else I need to go. posters fade upon the wall. I hear the kettle's lonely call. The sugar melts in golden rings while the distant radio softly sings. The winter coat is tucked away for the mercy of a milder day. Each sip is like a long retreat from the heavy metal on the street. A branch leans low against the brick. The clock provides a steady tick. The froth is thick and creamy white, a perfect shield against the light. Through the mist of my own breath, nature shakes away its death. Painting paths in shades of peach, just beyond my fingers' reach. Blossoms fall like quiet rain, resting on the window pane. The bitter bean and honey swirl while seasons turn around the world. Spring is breathing on the glass, watching every moment pass. Caught within this amber glow, nowhere else I need to go. Blossoms fall like quiet rain, resting on the window pane. The bitter bean and honey swirl while seasons turn around the world. Spring is breathing on the glass, watching every moment pass. Caught within this amber glow, nowhere else I need to go. Blossoms fall like quiet rain, resting on the window pane. The bitter bean and honey swirl while scenes turn around the world. Spring is bathing on the glass, watching every moment pass. Caught within this amber glow, nowhere else I need to go. Steam rises from the porcelain rim. The morning light is soft and dim. The grinder hums a steady tune in this quiet corner of the afternoon. A velvet warmth rests in my hand, just as the local clocks had planned. I watch the sidewalk people pace, safe inside this wooden space. The window frames a fragile sight, petals drifting pale and bright. A sudden gust begins to blow. The street is brushed with floral snow. Pink shadows dance across the floor. Behind the heavy oak wood gore, the world outside is moving fast, but here the silence is built to last. Blossoms fall like quiet rain, resting on the window pane. The bitter bean and honey swirl while seasons turn around the world. Spring is breathing on the glass, watching every moment pass. Caught within this amber glow, nowhere else I need to go. Blossoms fall like quiet rain, resting on the window pane. The bitter bean and honey swirl while seasons turn around the world. Spring is breathing on the glass, watching every moment pass. Caught within this amber glow, nowhere else I need to go. Old posters fade upon the wall. I hear the 𝐏𝐥𝐚𝐲𝐥𝐢𝐬𝐭 call. The sugar melts in golden rings while a distant radio softly sings. The winter coat is tucked away for the mercy of a milder day. Each sip is like a long retreat from the from the porcelain rim, a gentle heat against the morning chill. The bell above the door sings a low chime, while clocks upon the wall are standing still. I watch the sugar dissolve in the dark, a tiny storm within a ceramic sea. The velvet couch holds every quiet spark of lonely thoughts that keep on haunting me. Beyond the pain, the world is painted pale. The cherry trees are shedding frozen lace, each petal caught within a northern gale before it finds a temporary place. The wooden floorboards creak a heavy tune of thoughts and coasts and stories left behind. I'm drifting in a sleepy afternoon, with nothing but the seasons on my mind. Petals falling like a slow soft rain, drowning out the shadows of the street. Warmth is flowing through a weary vein, where the bitter and the honey meet. The pink horizon touches every glass, turning silver into something gold. Watching all the frantic minutes pass, shielded from the biting and the cold. The grinder hums a steady monotone, a rhythmic pulse that anchors down the room. I sit within the sanctuary alone, beneath a heavy scent of floral bloom. The ink is drying on a wrinkled page of letters that I'll never find the nerve to send. A bird escaping from a winter cage, knowing that the frost is at an end. The steam is fading to a thinner haze, the wind is shaking every fragile bough. I'm lost inside a caffeinated maze, but everything feels peaceful here and now. Petals falling like a slow soft rain, drowning out the shadows of this street. Warmth is flowing through a weary vein, where the bitter and the honey meet. The pink horizon touches every glass, turning silver into something gold. Watching all the frantic minutes pass, shielded from the biting and the cold. Petals falling like a low soft rain, drowning out the shadows of the street. Warmth is flowing through a weary vein, where the bitter and the honey meet. The pink horizon touches every glass, turning silver into something gold. Watching all the rounded minutes pass, shielded from the biting and the cold. Steam rises from the porcelain rim, a gentle heat against the morning chill. The bell above the door sings a low chime, while clocks upon a wall are standing still. I watch the sugar dissolve in the dark, a tiny storm within a ceramic sea. The velvet cudgels every quiet spark of lonely thoughts that keep on haunting me. Beyond the pain, the world is painted pale. The cherry trees are shedding frozen lace, each petal caught within a northern gale, before it finds a temporary place. The wooden floorboards creak a heavy tune of boots and coats and stories left behind. I'm drifting in a sleepy afternoon, with nothing but the seasons on my mind. Pedal falling like a slow soft train, drowning out the shadows of the street. Warmth is flowing through a weary vein, where the bitter and the honey meet. The pink horizon touches every glass, turning silver into something gold. Watching all the frantic minutes pass, shielded from the biting and the cold. The grinder hums a steady monotone, a rhythmic pulse that anchors down the room. I sit within the sanctuary alone, beneath the heavy scent of floral bloom. The ink is drying on a wrinkled page of letters that I'll never find the nerve to send. A bird escaping from a winter cage, knowing that the frost is at an end. The steam is fading to a thinner haze, the wind is shaking every fragile bough. I'm lost inside a caffeinated maze, but everything feels peaceful here and now. Petals falling like a slow rough train, drowning out the shadows of the street. Warmth is flowing through a weary vein, where the bitter and the honey meet. The pink horizon touches every glass, turning silver into something gold. Watching all the frantic minutes pass, shielded from the biting and the cold. Petals falling like a slow soft rain, drowning out the shadows of the street. Warmth is flowing through a weary vein, where the bitter and the honey meet. The pink horizon touches every glass, turning silver into something gold. Watching all the frantic minutes pass, shielded from the biting and the cold. The steam rises in a slow white curl above the counter where the spoons are laid. Acquire refuge from the waking world, while shadows of the porcelain are swayed. The grinder hums a low and steady drone, a wooden chair creaks on the dusty floor. I watch the street where morning light is thrown beyond the handle of the heavy door. Your hands are wrapped around a ceramic cup, the porcelain is stained with rings of brown. You never seem to look directly up to see the petals drifting through the town. The sugar dissolves like a secret told, the amber liquid turns a shade of gold. The frost has gone and left a gentle cold before the summer stories can unfold. But out there the pink rain falls on the stones, a soft confetti for the weary eyes. The levee winter chilling in our bones street skies. The blossoms touch the glass and drift away, floating on a breeze we cannot feel. We let the clock run out on Saturday and find the peace that makes the silence real. The bell rings once and then the room is still. The pages turn and then a long intake of breath. The flowers gather on the windowsill, defying every winter hint of death. There is no hurry in the way we sit, no frantic pose to drive the hour on. The lamp is glowing where the wick is lit until the shadows of the trees are gone. The sudden gust sends clouds of petals high, like paper snow against the brick and wood. A fleeting garden underneath the sky, doing exactly what a garden should. The foam is thinning in your latte glass. The scent of roasted beans is thick and sweet. We watch the strangers and the bicycles pass along the winding rhythm of the street. The velvet coat is folded on the bench. The steam has vanished into thinner air. The thirst for motion is the first we quench by simply staying in this wooden chair. A hint of jasmine lingers near the wall. The sun is tilting toward the afternoon. The cherry branches offer up their fall to every corner of this dim saloon. The world is moving at a frantic pace, but here the dust is dancing in the theme. A calm reflection or a quiet face, lost inside the vapor and the dream. But out there the pink rain falls on the stones, a soft confetti for the weary eyes. The heavy winter chilling in our bones is melting on the pale and pearl streak skies. The blossoms touch the glass and drift away, floating on a breeze we cannot feel. We let the clock run out on Saturday and find the peace that makes the silence real.
The morning leans against the pane. The winter loses hold of every silver lane. A sudden flash of pink upon the bow. The world is waking up and breathing now.
I find a wooden chair beside the door, where patterns made of light dance on the floor. The porcelain is warming in my palms. The city settles into quiet songs.
The petals drift like confetti in the breeze.
A gentle brush of color through the trees.
The sugar dissolves slowly in the cup. I watch the golden hour climbing up. Softness booming in the center of the town. The heavy coats of vapor coming down. In the hollow of a sweet and tinted haze, we lose ourselves with the turning days. A fragrant promise hanging in the air. I see the sunlight tangled in your hair.
The steam begins to curl and fade away. We have no heavy debts to pay today. And clock is ticking softly on the wall, waiting for the cherry leaves to fall.
A conversation whisper without sound.
Without sound,
The roots are stirring deep beneath the ground.
beneath the ground, the shadows lengthen on a garden path, leaving behind the season's icy wrath. The petals drift like confetti in the breeze. A gentle brush of color through the trees. A
sugar dissolves slowly in the cup. I watch the golden hour climbing up. Softness blooming in the center of the town. A heavy coat of April coming down. In the hollow of a sweet and tinted haze, we lose ourselves within the turning days. A fragrant promise hanging in the air. I see the sunlight tangled in your hair. Softness blooming in the center of the town. The heavy coats of April coming down. In the hollow of a sweet and tinted haze, we lose ourselves within the turning days. A fragrant promise hanging in the air. I see the sunlight tangled in your hair. The golden dust dances in the pale morning beam. The window pane catches a flickering dream. The scent of the rose meets the damp of the street, where the shadows of winter and April first meet. Two white ceramic cups wait for the steam. I trace the grain of the weathered oak wood, wishing for words that I once understood. The petals are drifting like snow on the glass, watching the ghosts of our memory pass, while the sun settles down where the old garden stood.
The blush on the branch is a soft native prayer, floating through stillness and filling the air. Beyond the veranda, the world turns to rose, a quiet confession that nobody knows.
With the warmth of your hand still lingering there. The bells on the door give a light silver ring, touching the heart of a slumbering thing. The sugar dissolves in a slow circling swirl as the secrets of morning begin to unfurl. In the hollows of light, where the wild finches sing, the steam paints a veil on the bridge of your nose, while the wind outside scatters the loom as it blows. A pause in the pulse of the ticking old clock, the sound of a key turning inside a lock, in the meadow of lace where the afternoon glows. The blush on the branch is a soft muted prayer, floating through stillness or filling the air. Beyond the veranda, the world turns to rose, a quiet confession that nobody leaves. With the warmth of your hand still lingering there. The blush on the branch is a soft muted prayer, floating through stillness and filling the air. Beyond the veranda, the world turns to rose, a quiet confession that nobody needs. With the warmth of your hand still lingering there. A blush on the branch is a soft muted prayer, floating through stillness and filling the air. Beyond the veranda, the world turns to rose, a quiet confession that nobody knows. With the warmth of your hand still lingering there. The golden dust dances in the pale morning beam. The window pane catches a flickering dream. The scent of the rose meets the damp of the street, where the shadows of winter and April first meet.
Two white ceramic cups wait for the steam.
I trace the grain of
of the weathered oak wood.
Wishing for words that I once understood. The petals are drifting like snow on the glass, watching the ghosts of our memories pass, while the sun settles down where the old garden stood. The blush on the branch is a soft muted prayer, floating through stillness and filling the air. Beyond the veranda, the world turns to rose, a quiet confession that nobody knows, with the warmth of your hand still lingering there. The bells on the door give the light silver ring, touching the heart of a slumbering thing. The sugar dissolves in a slow circling swirl as the secrets of morning begin to unfurl. In the hollows of light where the wild finches sing, the steam paints a veil on the bridge of your nose, while the wind outside scatters the bloom as it blows. A pause in the pulse of a ticking old clock, the sound of a key turning inside a lock, in the middle of lakes where the afternoon goes. The blush on the branch is a soft muted prayer, floating through stillness and filling the air. Beyond the veranda, the world turns to rose, a quiet confession that nobody knows, with the warmth of your hand still lingering there. The blush on the branch is a soft muted prayer, floating through stillness and filling the air. Beyond the veranda, the world turns to rose, a quiet confession that nobody knows, with the warmth of your hand still lingering there. The blush on the branch is a soft muted prayer, floating through stillness and filling the air. Beyond the veranda, the world turns to rose, a quiet confession that nobody knows, with the warmth of your hand still lingering there.
The morning paints the window frame in hues of pale champagne, while petals drift like velvet snow along the narrow lane.
I find my usual wooden chair beneath the awning shade, watching how the winter ghosts begin to slowly fade.
Your porcelain cup is steaming still against the cedar grain.
A sunlight weaves a golden thread to stitch away the pain.
The air is thick with honey dust and song we used to know. The clock upon the floral wall is ticking soft and slow.
I feel the seasons shift gears beneath the paving stones, a warmth that settles deep inside my weary brittle bones. Oh, let the blustering descend and wash the gravel clean, the sweetest haze of rose and white that I have ever seen. We're floating in a glass of light where time has lost its sting, wrapped within the tender grace of this romantic spring. It's a quiet kind of magic that the heavy branches bring, just to breathe the sugar scent of every living thing.
The steam curls up in lazy loops to meet sea
across your face like figures in a dream.
You turn a page and let a smile ignite the
Dark and wrong, chasing out the hollow cold with every sudden bloom. The coffee swirls with cream and look inside a ceramic swirl. The chillest day that ever fell upon a spinning well. Oh, let the blossom rain descend and wash the gravel clean. The sweetest haze of rose and white that I have ever seen. We're floating in a glass of light where time has lost its sting. Wrapped within a tender grace of this romantic spring. It's a quiet kind of magic that the heavy branches bring, just to breathe the sugar scents of every living frame. Oh, let the blossom rain descend and wash the gravel clean. The sweetest taste of rose and white that I have ever seen. We're floating in a glass of light where time has lost its stain. Wrapped within the tender grace of this romantic spring. It's a quiet kind of magic that the heavy branches bring, just to breathe the sugar scent of every living thing.
The morning paints the window frame in hues of pale champagne, while colors drift like velvet snow along the narrow lane. I find my usual wooden chair beneath the awning shade,
Watching how the winter ghosts begin to slowly fade. Your porcelain cup is steaming still against the cedar grain, as sunlight weaves a golden thread to stitch away the pain. The air is thick with honey dust and songs we used to know. The clock upon the floor wall is ticking soft and slow. I feel the seasons shifting gears beneath the paving stones. A warmth that settles deep inside my weary brittle bones. Oh, let the blossom rain descend and wash the gravel clean. The sweetest haze of rose and white that I have ever seen. We're floating in a glass of light where time has lost its sting. Wrapped within a tender grace of this romantic spring. It's a quiet kind of magic that the heavy branches bring, just to breathe the sugar scent of every living thing. Oh,
the steam curls up in lazy loops to meet the ceiling beam, while shadows dance across your face like figures in a dream.
you turn a page and let a smile ignite the darkened room, chasing out the hollow cold with every sudden bloom.
The coffee swirl with cream and luck inside a ceramic swirl.
The gentlest day that ever fell upon a spinning world.
Oh, let the blossom rain descend and wash the gravel clean. The sweetest haze of rose and white that I have ever seen. We're floating in a glass of light where time has lost its sting. Wrapped within the tender grace of this romantic spring. It's a clear kind of magic that the heavy branches bring, just to breathe the sugar scent of every living thing. Oh, let the blossom rain descend and wash the gravel clean. The sweetest haze of rose and white that I'd have ever seen. We're floating in a glass of light where color has lost its sting. Wrapped within the tender grace of this romantic spring. It's my kind of magic that the heavy branches bring, just to breathe the sugar scent of every living thing. The morning light leans heavy on the pane. Dust motes dancing in a slow golden lane.
I see your reflection in the polished wood, waiting for a sign that I understood. The steam rises up from the porcelain rim. Outside the street is looking gray and dim. I hear the petals are a velvet flood, waking up the longing in a restless blood. Soft pink petals on the sidewalk stage, turning over a brand new page. The sugar melts like a secret toll, keeping us away from the biting cold. Let the brewing beans tell the fortune right, before the sun gives way to the night. In the cradle of the blooming branch we stay, watching the winter finally drift away. Soft pink petals on the sidewalk stage, turning over a brand new cage. The sugar melts like a secret toll, keeping us away from the biting cold. Let the brewing beans tell the fortune right, before the sun gives way to the night. In the cradle of the blooming branch we stay, watching the winter finally drift away.
You stir the silver spoon in a circular lace. I trace the lines of time upon your face.
The window frames a world in sodden flush, painting out the silence with a rosy brush.
No need for heavy coats or leather boots. The crown is softening for the deeper roots.
We sit in the corner where the shadows bend, hoping this afternoon will never end. The breezes hum through the open door, casting floral shadows on a checkered floor. Every breath is a promise kept in bloom,
Filling up the corners of this quiet room.
soft pink petals on a sidewalk stage, turning over a brand new page. The sugar melts like a secret toll, keeping us away from the biting cold. Let the brewing beans tell the fortune right, before the sun gives clear to the night. In the cradle of the blooming branch we stay, watching the winter finally drift away. Soft pink petals on a sidewalk stage, turning over a brand new page. Sugar melts like a secret toll, keeping us away from the biting cold. Let the brewing bees tell the fortune right, before the sun gives way to the night. In the cradle of the blooming branch we stay, watching the winter finally drift away. Morning light leans heavy on the pane. Dust motes dancing in a slow golden lane.
I see your reflection in the polished wood,
Waiting for a sign that I understood. The steam rises up from the porcelain rim. Outside the street is looking gray and dim,
but here the petals are a velvet flood,
waking up the longing in the restless blood. Soft pink petals on the sidewalk stage, turning over a brand new page. The sugar melts like a secret toll, keeping us away from the biting cold. Let the brewing beans tell the fortune right, before the sun gives way to the night. In the cradle of the blooming branch we stay, watching the winter finally drift away. On the sidewalk stage, turning over a brand new page. The sugar melts like us away from the biting cold. Let the brewing beans tell the fortune right before the sun gives way to the night. In the cradle of the blooming branch we stay, watching the winter finally drift away.
Stir the silver spoon in a circular lane.
I trace the lines of time upon your face.
The window frames the world in sudden flush,
Painting up the silence with a rosy brush.
no need for heavy coats.
So leather boots.
The ground is softening for the deeper roots.
We sit in the corner where the shadows bend, hoping this afternoon will never end.
The breeze is hung through the open door,
Casting for shadows on the checkered floor. Every breath is a promise kept in bloom, filling up the corners of this quiet room. Soft ink petals on the vibrant stage, turning over a brand new page. Their sugar melts like a secret told, keeping us away from the biting cold. Let the brewing beans tell the fortune right before the sun gives way to the night. In the cradle of the blooming branch we stay, watching the winter minor drift away. Soft pink petals on the sidewalk stage, turning over a brand new page. Their sugar melts like a secret told, keeping us away from the biting cold. Let the brewing beans tell the fortune right before the sun gives way to the night. In the cradle of the blooming branch we stay, watching the winter minor drift away. Soft pink pattern on the sidewalk stage, turning over a brand new page. The sugar melts like a secret told, keeping us away from the biting cold. Let the brewing beans tell the fortune right before the sun gives way to the night. In the cradle of the blooming branch we stay, watching the winter finally drift away.
Pale petals drift across the wooden tiles, where morning shadows stretch for miles. The steam rises from the porcelain cup, waiting for the world to awaken up.
A gentle breeze nudges the open door, tracing patterns on the polished floor. Dust motes dance in the golden glare, while the scent of roasting beans fills the air.
The calendar flips to a softer page, leaving behind the winter's iron cage. Your scarf is tucked inside a leather bag, the frozen clock has lost its heavy lag.
A symphony starts in the budding trees, carried along on a southern breeze. We sit by the glass in a quiet row, watching the sapphire river flow.
Oh, let the season wrap its arms around the quiet magic that we finally found. Sunlight spilling like honey on the lake, washing away the memory of the rain. Heartbeats blending in the mellow tone, the sweetest peace we have ever known. Under the canopy of radiant white, turning the morning into liquid light. Oh, let the sun wrap its arms around the quiet magic that we finally found. Sunlight spilling like honey on the lane, washing away the memory of the rain. Heartbeats blending in a mellow tone, sweetest peace we have ever known. Under the canopy of fading white, turning the morning into liquid light. You stir your sugar with a silver spoon, I'm in a fragment of a forgotten tune.
The blush of the orchid on your cheek, finding the words that we barely speak.
No need for the rush of the crowded street, where the pavement burns with a summer heat.
Just a slow drift of the falling gloom in this bright and airy sheltered room. The pastry crumbs linger on a plate, while the shadows lengthen and it grows late. But the warmth remains in the brick and stone, a kindness that the earth has always shown. We breathe in the pause of the turning year, with nothing to hold and nothing to fear. The the velvet sky begins to glow as the cherry branches bend. I'll let the season wrap its arms around the quiet magic that we finally found. Sunlight spilling like honey on the lane, washing away the memory of the rain. Heartbeats blending in a mellow tone, the sweetest peace we have ever known. Under the canopy in its late and white, turning the morning into liquid light. Oh, let the season wrap its arms around the white magic that we finally found. Sunlight spilling like honey on the lane, washing away the memory of the rain. Heartbeats blending in a mellow tone, the sweetest peace we have ever known. Under the canopy to fade white, turning the morning into liquid light. Oh, let the season wrap its arms around the quiet magic that we finally found. Sunlight spilling like honey on the lane, walking away from memory of the rain. Heartbeats blending in a mellow tone, the sweetest peace we have ever known. Under the canopy of fading white, turning the morning into liquid light.
Pale petals drift across the wooden tiles, where morning shadows stretch for miles.
Steam rises from a porcelain cup, waiting for the world to waken up.
A gentle breeze nudges the open door, tracing patterns on a polished floor.
The smoke dance in the golden glare,
while the scent of roasting beans fills the air. The calendar flips to a softer pace,
leaving behind the winter's iron cage.
Your scarf is tucked inside a leather bag.
The frozen clock has lost its heavy legs.
A symphony starts in the budding trees, carried along on a southern breeze. We sit by the grass in a quiet row, watching the sapphire river flow.
Oh, let the season wrap its arms around the quiet magic that we finally found. Sunlight spilling like honey on the lane, washing away the memory of the rain. Heartbeats blending in a mellow tone, the sweetest peace we have ever known. Under the canopy of fading white, turning the morning into liquid light. Oh, let this season wrap its arms around the quiet magic that we finally found. Sunlight spilling like honey on the lane, washing away the memory of the rain. Heartbeats blending in a mellow tone, the sweetest peace we have ever known. Under the canopy of fading white, turning the morning into liquid light. Silver spoon,
humming a fragment of a forgotten tune.
the blush of the orchard is on your cheek,
finding the words that we really speak.
no need for a rush of the crowded street,
where the name that burns with the summer heat.
just the slow drift of the falling moon.
In this bright and airy sheltered room,
The pastry crumbs linger on the plate, while the shadows lengthen, it grows late.
but the warmth remains in the brick and stone.
A kindness that the earth has always shown.
We breathe in a pause of a turning year, with nothing to hold and nothing to fear.
The velvet sky begins to glow as the cherry branches bend down low. Oh, let the season wrap its arms around the quiet magic that we finally found. Sunlight spilling like honey on the lane, washing away the memory of the rain. Heartbeats blending in a mellow tone, the sweetest peace we have ever known. Under the canopy of fading white, turning the morning into liquid light. Oh, let the season wrap its arms around the quiet magic that we finally found. Sunlight spilling like honey on the lane, washing away the memory of the rain. Heartbeats blending in a mellow tone, the sweetest peace we have ever known. Under the canopy
asphalt softens under a velvet sky, while the petals drift like slow confetti falling.
Dust motes dance in the golden slant of noon, and the steam rises from a porcelain cup.
I watch the shadows lengthen across the wood, tracing the patterns of a season newly born. The air tastes like honey and forgotten vows as the morning hums a low and steady tune.
The window pane frames a gallery of pink,
where the breeze dictates the motion of the trees.
Your coat hangs lonely on the corner hook,
a quiet witness to the way the light bends.
with spoken syllables of tea and amber sugar. Listen to the clink of silver on a tray. The world outside is just a blurred watercolor while we linger in the warmth of the delay.
But the blossoms don't ask for permission to bloom. They just spill the heavy scent across the floor.
And the sun reads a letter on the empty wall,
saying everything we couldn't say before. Yes, the blossoms don't ask for permission to break.
They just scatter where the gravel meets the grass.
And we're caught in the middle of a soft mistake, watching all the golden moments slowly pass. But the blossoms don't ask for permission to bloom. They just spill the heavy scent across the floor.
And the sun writes a letter on the empty wall,
saying everything we couldn't say before. Yes, the blossoms don't ask for permission to break.
they just scatter where the gravel meets the grass.
And we're caught in the middle of a soft mistake, watching all the golden moments slowly pass.
The clock on the mantle has a lazy heart,
Beating in time with the shifting of the tide,
there is no hurry in the way the colors fade,
or the way the summer hides behind the gate.
I find your name written in the condensation, a fleeting map of where the spirit goes. The warmth remains long after the fire dies in the secret places that the garden knows.
But the blossoms don't ask for permission to bloom. They just still the heavy scent across the floor.
And the sun writes a letter on the empty wall,
saying everything we could say before. Yes, the blossoms don't ask for permission to bleed.
they just scatter where the gravel meets the grass. And we're caught in the middle of the soft mistake,
Watching all the golden moments slowly pass. But the blossoms don't ask for permission to bloom. They just spill the heavy scent across the floor.
and the sun writes a letter on the empty wall,
saying everything we couldn't say before. Yes, the blossoms don't ask for permission to break.
they just scatter where the gravel meets the grass. And we're caught in the middle of a soft mistake,
Watching all the golden moments slowly pass. The asphalt softens under a velvet sky, while the bells drift like slow confetti falling. Dust motes dance in the golden slant of noon, and the steam rises from a porcelain cup.
I watch the shadows lengthen across the wood,
Tracing the patterns of the season newly.
the air tastes like honey and forgotten vows.
And the morning hums a low and steady tune,
The window pane frames a gallery of pink,
where the breeze dictates the motion of the tree.
your coat hangs only on the corner
A quiet witness to the way the light bends.
We spoke in syllables of tea and amber sugar. Listening to the clink of silver on the tray.
The world outside is just a blurred watercolor,
while we linger in the warmth of the delay. But the blossoms don't ask for permission to bloom. They just spill their heavy scent across the floor. And the sun writes a letter on the empty wall, saying everything we couldn't say before. Yes, the blossoms don't ask for permission to break. They just get where the gravel meets the grass, and we're caught in the middle of a soft mistake, watching all the golden moments slowly pass. But the blossoms don't ask for permission to bloom. They just spill their faded scent across the floor. And the sun writes a letter on the empty wall, saying everything we couldn't say before. Yes, the blossoms don't ask for permission to break. They just scatter where the gravel meets the crack, and we're caught in the middle of a soft mistake, watching all the golden moments slowly pass.
the clock on the mantle has a lazy heart, beating in time with the shifting of the tide.
There is no hurry in the way the colors say,
Or the way the summer hides behind the gate.
I find your name written in the condensation.
A fleeting map of where the spirit goes.
The warmth remains long after the fire dies, in the secret places that the garden knows. But the blossoms don't ask for permission to bloom. They just spill their heavy scent across the floor. And the sun writes a letter on the empty wall, saying everything we couldn't say before. Yes, the blossoms don't ask for permission to breathe. They just scatter where the gravel meets the grass, and we're caught in the middle of a soft mistake, watching all their golden moments slowly pass. But the blossoms don't ask for permission to bloom. They just spill their heavy scent across the floor. And the sun writes a letter on the empty wall, saying everything we couldn't say before. Yes, the blossoms don't ask for permission to break. They just get where the gravel meets the grass, and we're caught in the middle of a soft mistake, watching all the golden moments slowly pass.
The morning paints the pavement gold, through windows where the day unfolds.
A gentle breeze begins to stir.
Tracing lines of all we were,
The steam rises from the porcelain cup.
waiting for the world to wake us up.
Petals drift like winter's final grace, settling on this quiet corner space. You chase a circle in the foam, finding fragments of a distant home. The light is filtered through the trees, swaying in a slow and fragrant ease. No clocks are ticking on the wall. We simply watch the blossom fall. A heavy sweetness fills the air, tangling in the strands of your hair. Oh, the season turns its face to find the treasures we had left behind. A pastel haze across the street, when the sky and city finally meet. Hold the warmth within your palms, day before the baby
the shadows drift away.
In this cafe
Where the soft winds blow,
we found a pause beneath the melting snow.
the sugar dissolves in a silver spoon beneath the pale and rising moon.
But here the sun refuses yet to fade.
Lingering on lights the light has made,
Every branch is heavy with a dream.
flowing down a steady floral stream.
Your laughter has a quiet melody, like a ship returning from the sea.
The world is breathing deep and slow,
In the places only lovers know.
the dust is dancing in a beam.
Life is but a waking dream. Oh, the season turns its face to find the treasures we had left behind. A pastel haze across the street where the sky and city finally meet. Hold the warmth within your palms today.
Before the velvet shadows drift away,
In this cafe
where the soft winds blow,
we found a pause beneath the mountain snow. Oh, the season turns its face to find the treasures we had left behind. A pastel haze across the street where the sky and city finally meet. Hold the warmth within your palms today before the velvet shadows drift away. In this cafe where the soft winds blow, we found a pause beneath the mountain snow. Oh, the season turns its face to find the treasures we had left behind. Across this haze, across the street where the sky and city finally meet. Hold the warmth within your palms today before the velvet shadows drift away. In this cafe where the soft winds blow, we found a pause beneath the melting snow. The morning paints the pavement gold through windows where the day unfolds. A gentle breeze begins to stir, tracing lines of all we were.
the steam rises from a porcelain cup, waiting for the world to wake us up. Petals drift like winter's final grace, settling on this quiet corner space.
Oh, yeah. You trace a circle in the foam, finding fragments of a distant home. The light is filtered through the trees,
Swaying in a slow and fragrant ease.
no clocks are ticking on the wall.
We simply watch the blossom fall,
A heavy sweetness fills the air.
tangling in the strands of your hair. Oh, the season turns its face to find the treasures we had left behind. A pastel haze across the street where the sky and city finally meet. Hold the warmth within your palms today before the velvet shadows drift away. In this cafe where the soft winds blow, we found a pulse beneath the melting snow. The sugar dissolves in a silver spoon beneath the pale and rising moon. But here the sun refuses yet to fade, linger in the lace that light has made. Every branch is heavy with a dream, flowing down a steady floral stream. Your laughter has a quiet melody, returning from the sea. The world is breathing deep and slow in the places only lovers know. The dust is dancing in the beam. Life is but a waking dream. Oh, the season turns its face to find the treasure we had left behind. A pastel haze across the street, where the sky and city finally meet. Hold the warmth within your palms today, before the velvet shadows drift away. In this cafe where the soft winds blow, we found a pulse beneath the melting snow. Oh, the season turns its face to find treasures we had left behind. Pastel haze across the street, where the sky and city finally meet. Hold the warmth within your palms today, before the velvet shadows drift away. In this cafe where the soft winds blow, we found a pulse beneath the melting snow. Oh, the season turned its face to find treasures we had left behind. A pastel haze across the street, where the sky and city finally meet. Finally, hold the warmth within your palms today, before the velvet shadows drift away. In a cafe where the soft winds blow, we found a pulse beneath the melting snow.
The velvet morning leans against the pane.
The winter loses hold of every silver lane.
The sudden flush of pink upon the bough.
The world is waking up and breathing out. I find a wooden chair beside the door, where patterns made of light dance on the floor. The porcelain is warm and in my palms, the city settles into quiet songs.
The petals drift like confetti in the breeze.
A gentle brush of color through the trees.
The sugar dissolves slowly in the cup.
I watch the golden hour climbing up, softness booming in the center of the town, where heavy coats of April coming down. In the hollow of a sweet and tinted haze, we lose ourselves within the turning days. A fragrant promise hanging in the air. I see the sunlight tangled in your hair. Ooh, the steam begins to curl and fade away. We have no heavy debts to pay today. The clock is ticking softly on the wall, waiting for the cherry leaves to fall. A conversation whisper without sound. The reeds are stirring deep beneath the ground. The shadows lengthen on the garden path, leaving behind the season's icy wrath.
The
Petals drift like confetti in the breeze. A gentle brush of color through the trees. The sugar dissolves slowly in the cup. I watch the golden hour climbing up, softness blooming in the center of the town. The heavy coats of April coming down. In the hollow of a sweet and tinted haze, we lose ourselves within the turning days. Afraid of April coming down in the hollow of a sweet and tinted haze. We lose ourselves within the turning days. A fragrant promise hanging in the air. I see the sunlight tangled in your hair.
Shadows stretch across the gravel drive, where the winter ghost no longer survives. A sudden grace descends from the boughs above, painted in the pale tints of a quiet love. The air is thick with the scent of the new, changing the gray into a lighter hue. The pink dust drifts on the wandering breeze, while we find our rest beneath the heavy trees. The sun is a golden hand upon your face. Time is a line that we can finally erase. Everything is moving without making a sound, as the velvet petals settle on the ground. There is a weight that is lifting from the mind, leaving the jagged edges far behind. The light is filtered through a canopy of lace, moving with a slow and steady kind of pace. Creek is humming a low and steady tune, under the gaze of a faded afternoon. I remember the days when my branches were bare, and the scent of a frost was still in the air. But the seasons turn like a page in a book, at the way the morning has a different look. The warmth is a blanket that covers the soul, making the broken pieces feel whole. The pink just drifts on the wandering breeze, while we find our rest beneath the heavy trees. The sun is a golden hand upon your face. Time is a line that we can finally erase. Everything is moving without making a sound, as the velvet petals settle on the ground. The sky is a canvas of soft burning white, holding back the coming of the night. The world is a cradle that rocks us to sleep, keeping the promises that it meant to keep. The keep dust drifts on the wandering breeze, while we find our rest beneath the heavy trees. The sun is a golden hand upon your face. Time is a line that we can finally erase. Everything is moving without making a sound, as the velvet petals settle on the ground. The shadows stretch across the gravel drive, where the winter ghost no longer survives. A sudden grace descends from the boughs above, painted in the pale tint of a quiet love. The air is thick with the scent of the new, changing the gray into a lighter hue. The pink dust drifts on the wandering breeze, while we find our rest beneath the heavy trees. The sun is a golden hand upon your face. Time is a line that you can finally erase. Everything is moving without making a sound, as the velvet petals settle on the ground. There is a weight that is lifted from the mind, maybe they're just far behind. The light is filtered through a canopy of lace, moving with a slow and steady kind of pace. The creek is humming a low and steady tune under the gaze of a faded afternoon. I remember the days when the branches were bare and the scent of the frost was still in the air. But the seasons turn like a page in a book at the way the morning has a different look. The warmth is a blanket that covers the soul, making the broken pieces feel whole. Pink dust drips on the wandering breeze while we find our rest beneath the heavy tree. The sun is a golden hand upon your face. Time is a line that we can finally erase. Everything is moving without making a sound as the velvet petals settle on the ground. The sky is a canvas of soft burning white, holding back the coming of the night. The world is a cradle that rocks us to sleep, keeping the promises that it meant to keep. The peak dust drips on a wandering breeze while we find our rest beneath the heavy trees. The sun is a golden hand upon your face. Time is a line that we can finally erase. Everything's moving without making a sound as the velvet petals settle on the ground.
The steam curls slow above the porcelain rim. A quiet porcelain cup filled to the brim. The wooden floorboards creak beneath my feet. Ground dusty sunlight finds a velvet seat. I watch the sugar crystal sink and fade within this hollow piece that we have made. The petals drift like snow against the glass, watching every heartbeat slowly pass. The bitter bean and honey start to blend where the winter chill has found its end. Springtime settles in a ceramic bowl, resting for a moment in my soul. like snow against the glass, watching every heartbeat slowly pass. The bitter bean and honey start to blend where the wind that you have found its end. Springtime settles in a ceramic bowl, resting for a moment in my soul. Pink confetti landing on the street where the bitter and the clover meet. I am anchored in the slow sweet sun, wondering near the frantic hours when springtime settles in a ceramic bowl, resting for a moment in my soul. Pink confetti landing on the street where the bitter and the clover meet. I am anchored in this roasted sun, wondering where the frantic hours went. Springtime settles in a ceramic bowl, resting for a moment in my soul. Pink confetti landing on the street where the bitter and the clover meet. I am anchored in this roasted sand, wondering where the frantic hours went. The steam grows slow above the porcelain rim, a quiet porcelain cup filled to the brim. The wooden floorboards creak beneath my feet, while dusty sunlight finds a velvet seat. I watch the sugar crystals sink and fade within this hollow piece that we have made. The petals drift like snow against the glass, watching every heartbeat slowly pass. Bitter bean and honey start to blend where the winter chill has found its end. Springtime settles in a ceramic bowl, resting for a moment in my soul. Pink confetti landing on the street where the bitter and the clover meet. I am anchored in this roasted scent, wondering where the frantic hours went. Springtime settles in a ceramic bowl, resting for a moment in my soul. Pink confetti landing on the street where the bitter and the clover meet. I am anchored in this roasted scent, wondering where the frantic hours went. The grinder hums a low and steady tune beneath the pale and afternoon lit moon. The clock upon the wall has lost its gears, dissolving all the static of the years. I trace the grain upon the heavy oak, wrapped inside a soft and woolen cloak. The petals drift like snow against the glass, watching every heartbeat slowly pass. Bitter bean and honey start to blend while the winter chill has found its end. Springtime settles in a ceramic bowl, resting for a moment in my soul. Pink confetti landing on the street where the bitter and the clover meet. I am anchored in this roasted sand, wondering where the frantic hours went. Springtime settles in a ceramic bowl, resting for a moment in my soul. Pink confetti landing on the street where the bitter and the clover meet. I am anchored in this roasted sand, wondering where the frantic hours went. The steam rises from a ceramic rim, small circles dancing in a porcelain seat. The bell above the door sings a quiet hymn while light filters through the canopy. I trace the wood grain on his crooked table, listen to the hum of the cooling pins, reading the print of an old brown label, lost in the folds of these velvet scenes. Outside the glass the wind begins to sway, the pink petals drift like a soft summer rain. They land on the stones in a pale display, washing away every shadow of pain. No woman in linen pours milk from a jar. The scent of the roasted earth fills the room. No matter how lonely or drifted we are, there is a grace in the seasonal bloom. The clock on the wall has forgotten the hour. The sugar dissolves in a slow golden swirl beneath the weight of the blossoming flower. I am a witness to the spinning world. Oh, let the seasons fold into the cup. Drink down the stillness of the afternoon. Watching the fragile petals floating up beneath the pale white sliver of the moon. The bitter and the sweet are held in balance. The warmth is spreading through my weary bones. Finding a kingdom in these quiet towers, written in coffee in the paving stones. Sleeping by the radiator, the paper is creased from 1,000 hands. I will face the heavy weather later, far from these calm and domestic lands. But here the bitter brew is thick and dark, and the window frame holds a pastel view. Every branch is a brown and sturdy arc, bringing the spirit of something new. The steam settles on a cold window pane, blurred figures move beneath a rhythmic gait. They hurry along through the floral ray, while I am content to sit and wait. The spoon clinks against the hollow side, a silver note in a wooden hole. There is no reason left for us to hide when the spring is ready to catch the fall. The clock on the wall has forgotten the hour. The sugar dissolves in a slow golden swirl beneath the weight of the blossoming flower. I am the witness to the spinning world. Oh, let the season fold into the cup. Drink down the stillness of the afternoon. Watching the fragile petals floating up beneath the pale white sliver of the moon. The bitter and the sweet are held in balance. The warmth is spreading through my very bone. Finding a kingdom in these quiet towers, written in coffee and a paving stone. The steam rises from the ceramic rim, small circles dancing in a porcelain sea. The bell above the door sings a quiet hymn, while light filters through the canopy. I trace the wood grain on this crooked table, listening to the hum of the cooling beans, reading the print of an old brown label, lost in the folds of these velvet scenes. Outside the glass the wind begins to sway. The pink petals drift like a soft summer rain. They land on the stones in a pale display, washing away every shadow of pain. A woman in linen pours milk from a jar. The scent of the roasted earth fills the room. No matter how lonely or drifted we are, there is a grace in the seasonal bloom. The clock on the wall has forgotten the hour. Sugar dissolves in a slow golden swirl beneath the weight of the blossoming flower. I am a witness to that spinning world. Oh, let the seasons fold into the cup. Drink down the stillness of the afternoon. Watching the fragile petals floating up beneath the pale white sliver of the moon. The bitter and the sweet are held in balance. The warmth is spreading through my weary bones. Finding a kingdom in these quiet towns, written in coffee and the paving stones. A dog lies sleeping by the radiator. The paper is creased by 1,000 hands. I will face the heavy weather later, far from these calm and domestic lands. But here the bitter grows thick and dark, and the window frame holds a pastel view. Every branch is a brown and sturdy arc, bringing the spirit of something new. The steam settles on a cold window pane, blurred figures moving in ready to catch the fall. The clock on the wall has forgotten the hour. The sugar dissolves in a slow golden swirl beneath the weight of the blossoming flower. I am a witness to the spinning wheel. I'll let the season fold into the cup. Drink down the stillness of the afternoon, watching the fragile petal floating up beneath the pale white sliver of the moon. The bitter and the sweet are held in balance. The warmth is spreading through my weary bones, finding the kingdom in these quiet talents. Bread and coffee and the paving stones.
The street turns white beneath the ceiling of pale lace. Pale petals drift and settle in their quiet resting place. The heavy coat is folded and the winter breath is gone, while the gold upon the pavement leads the weary traveler on. The shadows lean like ink across the garden wall, waiting for the velvet touch of everything that has to fall. But the day is wide and the air is thin and sweet, walking through the ghosts of spring on a slow and dusty street. It does not ask for anything but the time it takes to bloom, chasing out the hollow chill from every empty room. It is soft and it is certain in the glowing afternoon. There is no clock to measure how the branches start to sway. The light is spilling over in a shimmering display. Nothing stays the same for long, but nothing truly dies. It just changes into color right before your very eyes. I saw the blossoms dancing like a fleet of tiny ships, a silent song of salt and honey moving on my lips. The wind is barely moving, just a sigh against the grain. Wash away the memory of a cold and steady rain. Find a bench and sit a while where the sun is pouring down, far above the iron noise of the heavy-hearted town. But the day is wide and the air is thin and sweet, walking through the ghosts of spring on a slow and dusty treat. It does not ask for anything but the time it takes it to bloom, chasing out the hollow chill from every empty room. It is soft and it is certain in a glowing afternoon. The street turns white beneath the ceiling of pale lace. Pale petals drift and settle in their quiet resting place. The heavy coat is folded and a winter breath has gone, while How the gold upon the pavement leads the weary traveler on. The shadows lean like ink across the garden wall, waiting for the velvet touch of everything that has to fall. But the day is white and the air is thin and sweet, walking through the ghosts of spring on a slow and dusty street. It does not ask for anything but the time it takes to bloom, chasing out the hollow chill from every empty room. It is soft and it is certain in the glowing afternoon. There is no clock to measure how the branches start to sway. The light is spilling over in a shimmering display. Nothing stays the same for long, but nothing truly dies. It just changes into color right before your very eyes. I saw the blossoms dancing like a fleet of tiny ships, a silent song of salt and honey moving on my lips. The wind is barely moving, just a sigh against the grain. Wash away the memory of the cold and steady rain. Find a bench and sit a whirl where the dawn is pouring down, far above the iron noise of the heavy-hearted town. But the day is wide and the air is thin and sweet, walking through the ghosts of spring on a slow and dusty street. It does not ask for anything but the time it takes to bloom, chasing out the hollow chill from every empty room. It is soft and it is certain in the glowing afternoon. Petals drift across the concrete path, where winter left his final heavy breath. The shadows shorten as the clock spins round, painting pastel circles on the hardened ground. A gentle current pulls the branch down low, returning colors that we used to know. The dust is dancing in a column of gold, watching every silent little bud unfold. The air is thick with honey and the light, erasing every memory of the white. The weight of waiting starts to drift away into the stillness of a longer day, falling slow like feathers from a broken wing. The quiet mercy that the seasons bring, a million tiny moments turning into one beneath the kindness of the morning sun. The world is breathing in a softer shade to heal the jagged edges that we made. The garden gate is swinging on its hinge, with just a touch of pink upon the fringe. No need to hurry or to speak out loud while drifting underneath a cotton cloud. I feel the pulse of earth beneath my feet, whoa, where memory and the present finally meet. Whoa, the bitterness is melted with the frost, whoa, finding everything we thought was lost. The air is thick with honey and the light, erasing every memory of the white. The weight of waiting starts to drift away into the stillness of a longer day, falling slow like feathers from a the seasons bring a million tiny moments turning into one. Beneath the kindness of the morning sun, the world is breathing in a softer shade to heal the jagged edges that we made. The garden gate is swinging on a rusty hinge. The shadows stretch across the porch in pale gold. A million petals drifting down in silent waves, like stories that the winter never told. The afternoon is breathing through the willow trees. I lean my back against the weathered stone. Light is filtered through a screen of lace and dust, a quiet place to feel the most alone. Oh, the pink rain is settling on the river, a soft descent of heavy velvet snow. The day is leaning inward like a secret, with nowhere left for anyone to go. The air is mild and moving like a prayer, while time is tangled in the blooming hair. There is no clock to strike the passing hour, no heavy iron bell to sound the end. Just the slow surrender of the flower and the mercy of a wandering southern friend. The grass is waking from a long and frozen sleep. The pathway vanishes beneath the weight. The scent of earth is rising in a heavy mist to meet the coming of the evening light. I see the world is shedding every burden, the branches bending low to touch the ground. The only truth is in the way the colors fade, without a single movement or a sound. Oh, the pink rain is settling on the river, a soft descent of heavy velvet snow. The day is leaning inward like a secret, with nowhere left for anyone to go. The air is mild and moving like a prayer, while time is tangled in the blooming hair. Oh, the pink rain is settling on the river, a soft descent of heavy velvet snow. The day is leaning inward like a secret, with nowhere left for anyone to go. The air is mild and moving like a prayer, while time is tangled in the blooming hair. The garden gate is swinging on a rusty hinge. The shadows stretch across the porch in pale gold. A million petals drifting down in silent waves, like stories that the winter never told. The afternoon is breathing through the willow trees. I lean my back against the weathered stone. The light is filtered through a screen of lace and dust, a quiet place to feel the most alone. Oh, the pink rain is settling on the river, a soft descent of heavy velvet snow. The day is leaning inward like a secret, with nowhere left for anyone to go. The air is mild and moving like a prayer, while time is tangled in the blooming hair. There is no clock to strike the passing hour, no heavy iron bell to sound the end, just a slow surrender of the flower and the mercy of a wandering southern friend. The grass is waking from a long and frozen sleep. The pathway vanishes beneath the white. The scent of earth is rising in a heavy mist to meet the coming of the evening light. I see the world is shedding every burden, the branches bending low to touch the ground. The only truth is in the way the colors fade, without a single movement or a sound. Oh, the pink rain is settling on the river, a soft descent of heavy velvet snow. Your day is leaning inward like a secret, with nowhere left for anyone to go. The air is mild and moving like a prayer, while time is tangled in the blooming hair. Oh, the pink rain is settling on the river, a soft descent of heavy velvet snow. The day is leaning inward like a secret, with nowhere left for anyone to go. The air is mild and moving like a prayer, while time is tangled in the blooming hair. Garden gate is swinging on a rusty hinge. The shadows stretch across the porch in amber tints. 1,000 petals drifting down like winter lace to brush the quiet lines upon your tired face. The afternoon is leaning heavy on the wall, waiting for the gravity to take it all. I count the moments by the patterns on the ground. The only clock is in the silence we have found, but it is only gold that fades to gray, the sweetness of a long and dusty day. The blossom lands where every footprint used to be, floating on a pale and restless sea. It is enough to feel the warmth upon the skin before the evening let the darkness in. The branches reach like fingers toward the light. holding back the inevitable night. There is no use in trying to outrun the bloom. We're clearly out the ghost within the room. Just let the drifting colors settle where it may. The wind has got a gentle word to say. We sat beneath the canopy of faded pink, with far too many heavy thoughts to even think. The sky is just a canvas for the setting sun. The race is over, though we thought we had not run. Your hand is resting steady right beside my own. Softest harvest that we have ever grown. I see the world in every flake of falling snow that comes from trees instead of clouds above the low. The air is thick with things we do not need to speak. The strength of being humble in a quiet week. The turning of the season is a heavy belt, a story that the shifting weather wants to tell. But it is only gold that fades to gray, that fades to gray. The sweetness of a long and dusty day. A blossom lands where every footprint used to go, floating on a pale and restless sea. It is enough to feel the warmth upon the skin, before the evening let the darkness in. But it is only gold that fades to gray, the sweetness of a long and dusty day. A blossom lands where every footprint used to be, floating on a pale and restless sea. It is enough to feel the warmth upon the skin, before the evening let the darkness in. The garden gate is swinging on a rusty hinge. The shadows stretch across the porch in amber tints. 1,000 petals drifting down like winter lace to brush the quiet lines upon your tired face. The afternoon is leaning heavy on the wall, waiting for the gravity to take it all. I count the moments by the patterns on the ground. The only clock is in the silence we have found. But it is only gold that fades to gray, the sweetness of a long and dusty day. The blossom lands where every footprint used to be, floating on a pale and restless sea. It is enough to feel the warmth upon the skin, before they even let the darkness in. The branches reach like fingers toward the light, holding back the inevitable night. There is no use in trying to outrun the gloom, or clearing out the ghosts within the room. Just let the drifting colors settle where it may. The wind has got a gentle word to say. We sat beneath the canopy of fading pink, with far too many heavy thoughts to even think. The sky is just a canvas for the setting sun. The race is over, though we thought we had not run. Your hand is resting steady right beside my own, the softest harvest that we have ever grown. I see the world in every flake of falling snow that comes from trees instead of clouds above the low. The air is thick with things we do not need to speak, the strength of being humble and a quiet week. The turning of the season is a heavy bell, a story that the shifting weather wants to tell. But it is only gold that fades to gray, the sweetness of a long and dusty day. The blossom lands where every footprint used to be, floating on a pale and restless sea. It is enough to feel the warmth upon the skin before the evening let the darkness in. But it is only gold that fades to gray, the sweetness of a long and dusty day. But blossom lands where every footprint used to be, floating on a pale and restless sea. It is enough to feel the warmth upon the skin before the evening let the darkness in.
Pale petals drift across the concrete path where winter left its final heavy breath. The shadows shorten as the clock spins round, painting pastel circles on the hardened ground. A gentle current pulls a branch down low, returning colors that we used to know. The dust is dancing in a column of gold, watching every silent little bud unfold. The air is thick with honey and the light, erasing every memory of the white. The weight of waiting starts to drift away into the stillness of a longer day, falling slow like feathers from a broken wing. The quiet mercy that the seasons bring, a million tiny moments turning into one. Beneath the kindness of the morning sun, the world is breathing in a softer shade to heal the jagged edges that we made. Garden gate is swinging on its hinge, with just a touch of pink upon the fringe. No need to hurry or to speak out loud while drifting underneath a cotton cloud. I feel the pulse of earth beneath my feet, where memory and the present finally meet. The bitterness has melted with the frost, finding everything we thought was lost. The air is thick with honey and the light, erasing every memory of the white. The weight of waiting starts to drift away into the stillness of a longer day, falling slow like feathers from a broken wing. The quiet mercy that the seasons bring, a million tiny moments turning into one. Beneath the kindness of the morning sun, the world is breathing in a softer shade to heal the jagged edges that we made. Slow like feathers from a broken wing, the quiet mercy that the seasons bring, a million tiny moments turning into one.
Beneath the kindness of the morning sun, the world is breathing in a softer shade to heal the jagged edges that we made.
The porcelain cup is humming in my palms, steam rising like a ghost above the ground. The wooden floorboards creak a dusty song, while petals drift across the edge of town. A quiet bell announces someone new, the smell of roasted beans and velvet light. I find a corner with a tilted view, where winter turns to pink and loses bite. The blossoms rain against the window pane, a soft surrender in the afternoon. We find a shelter from the silver rain, beneath the shadow of a paper moon. The bitter taste of dark and honey gold is all the heavy heart can hope to hold. The blossoms rain against the window pane, a soft surrender in the afternoon. We find a shelter from the silver rain, beneath the shadow of a paper moon. The bitter taste of dark and honey gold is all the heavy heart can hope to hold. Time is just a clock upon the wall, with rusty gears that grind the hours thin, with seasons trip and stumble as they fall, to let the fragrance of the garden in. And every swirling flake of far away is just a letter that the morning wrote, to say that everything will be alright if we can keep our weary souls afloat. The sugar melts into a swirling cloud, the city noises fade into the glass. The silence here is never quite too loud. We watch the ghosts of frozen winters pass. I trace them in a very cooling dream, and wonder why the world is never quite as simple as the swirling of the cream, or petals folding in the coming night. The blossoms rain against the window pane, a soft surrender in the afternoon. We find drift across the edge of town. A quiet bell announces someone new. The smell of roasted beans and velvet light. I find a corner with a tilted view, where winter turns to pink and loses bite. The blossoms rain again, the window pane is soft cylinder in the afternoon. We find a shelter from the silver rain beneath the shadow of a paper moon. The bitter taste of dark and honeyed gold is all the heavy heart can hope to hold. The blossoms rain against the window pane, the soft surrender in the afternoon. We find a shelter from the silver rain beneath the shadow of a paper moon. The bitter taste of dark and honeyed gold is all the heavy heart can hope to hold. Time is just a clock upon the wall, with rusty gears that grind the hours thin. The seasons trip and stumble as they fall, to let the fragrance of the garden in. And every swirling flake of floral white is just a letter that the morning wrote, to say that everything will be alright if we can keep our weary souls afloat. The sugar melts into a swirling cloud, the city noises fade into the glass. The silence here is never quite too loud. We watch the ghosts of frozen winters pass. I trace the rim of every cooling dream, and wonder why the world is never quite as simple as the swirling of the cream, or petals falling in the coming night. The blossoms rain against the window pane, a soft surrender in the afternoon. We find a shelter from the silver rain beneath the shadow of a paper moon. The bitter taste of dark and honeyed gold is all the heavy heart can hope to hold. The blossoms rain against the window pane, a soft surrender in the afternoon. The blossoms rain against the window pane, a soft surrender in the afternoon. We find a shelter from the silver rain beneath the shadow of a paper moon. The bitter taste of dark and honeyed gold is all the heavy heart can hope to hold.
The garden gate is leaning toward the light, petals drifting down in shades of pale. They settle on the stones like winter's ghost, while shadows stretch across the garden rail. A quiet golden dust is in the air. It catches on the sleeve of my old coat. I'm standing where the gravel meets the grass, reading lines of things I never wrote. The stillness has a weight I can't explain, 1,000 tiny wings against the sky. There's a silence where the thunder used to be, as the afternoon begins to say goodbye. And it's soft as the breath of a sleeping child, slow as the spinning of a prayer, falling through the honey-colored day, till there's nothing left but open air. Yes, the pink smoke is dancing on the breeze, and the world is just a dream within it dream. I remember how the branches used to reach, scraping at the edges of the grave. But now they bow like creeps before the sun, giving all their heavy finery away. There is no clock to measure out this peace, no calendar to mark the coming cold. Just the drifting of the fragile paper crowns, turning everything they touch to solid gold. Oh, the stillness has a weight I can't explain. A thousand tiny wings against the sky. There's a silence where the thunder used to be fly. As the afternoon begins to say goodbye. As soft as the breath of a sleeping child, slow as the spinning of the breath, falling through the honey-colored bed, till there's nothing left but open air. Guess the paint smoke dancing on the breeze, and the world is just a dream within a dream. They say that every season has its pride, that beauty is a debt you have to pay. Or looking at the carpet on the ground, I'd give a whole wide world to let it stay. The wind is just a hand upon my brow, moving with a grace I've never known. And it is soft as the breath of a sleeping child, slow as the spinning of a prayer, falling through the honey-colored gate, till there's nothing left but open air. It's the paint smoke dancing on the breeze, and the world is just a dream within a dream. And it's soft as the breath of a sleeping child.
The petals drift like winter light across the porcelain tiles, beneath the stripe of dawning where the morning stays for miles. Sweet cream and blooming air, tangled in a golden haze. We're just two strangers lost inside the sugar-coated maze. Yes, the world is waking soft, and the coffee's pulling slow, catching every drifting branch before we let it go.
I saw you leaning by the window, where the glass meets the sky, tracing circles in the steam as the heavy clouds went by. The baker sweeping dust away from the threshold of the door, while pink confetti settles on the polished wooden floor.
No one's in a hurry to reach the turning of a tide, with the ghost of February tucked safely deep inside. Just the clinking of a spoon and the humming of a wire. The seasons climbing higher on a ladder made of fire. The petals drift like winter light across the porcelain tiles, beneath the stripe of dawning where the morning stays for miles. Sweet cream and blooming air, tangled in a golden haze. We're just two strangers lost inside the sugar-coated maze. Yes, the world is waking soft, and the coffee's pouring soft, catching every drifting branch before we let it go. The clock is ticking backwards in the shadow of the bloom, filling up the empty corners of this quiet little room. You touched a fallen flower like it was a holy thing, a fragile piece of evidence belonging to spring. The sunlight's drinking honey from the bottom of your cup, while the heavy weight of winter is finally giving up. There's a melody in the rafters that I almost recognize, reflected in the kindness of your half-awakened eyes. The petals drift like winter light across the porcelain tiles, beneath the stripe, the dawning where the morning stays for miles. Sweet cream and blooming air, haggled in a golden haze. We're just two strangers lost inside the sugar-coated maze. Yes, the world is waking soft, and the coffee's pouring slow, catching every drifting branch before we let it go. The petals drift like winter light across the porcelain tiles, beneath the stripe, the dawning where the morning stays for miles.
Sweet cream and blooming hair, tangled in a golden haze.
We're just two strangers lost inside the sugar-coated maze.
Yes, the world is waking soft and the coffee's pouring slow,
catching every drifting branch before we let it go.
I saw you leaning by the window where the glass meets the sky.
Trace of circles in the steam as the heavy clouds went by.
The baker sweeping dust away from the threshold of the door.
While pink confetti settles on the polished wooden floor.
No one's in a hurry to reach the
Turning of the tide, with the ghost of February tucked safely deep inside.
just the clinking of a spoon
and the humming of a wire.
The season's climbing higher on a ladder made of fire.
Petals drift like winter light across the porcelain tiles. Beneath the straw, but dawning where the morning stays for miles.
Soup, cream, and blooming air, tangled in a loaded haze.
We're just two strangers lost inside the sugar-coated maze.
Yes, the world is waking
Soft and the coffee's pouring slow, catching every drifting branch before we let it go.
The clock is ticking backwards in the shadow of the gloom.
Filling up the empty corners of his quiet little room.
You touched a fallen flower like it was a holy thing.
A fragile piece of evidence belonging to the spring. The sunlight's drinking honey from the bottom of your cup, while the heavy weight of winter is finally giving up. There's a melody in the rafters that I almost recognize, reflected in the kindness of your half-awakened eyes. The petals drift like winter light across the porcelain tiles. Beneath the stripe, the dawning where the morning stays for miles. Sweet green and blooming and tangled in a golden haze. We're just two strangers lost inside the sugar-coated maze. Yes, the world is taking soft and the coffee's pouring slow, catching every drifting branch before we let it go. The velvet shade of petal rain falls light across the window pane.
You tilt your head to catch the glare, while sugar dust floats through the air. The copper kettle hums a low refrain.
We trace the Neptune porcelain cups until the heavy morning wakes us up. A sudden breeze disturbs the street where salt and honey says me. A tangled shadow stain in every cup.
This golden tide is pouring in.
settle on your pale and glowing skin. The seasons turn on hinges made of light. Everything we lost is coming back to sight. In the hollow where the quiet songs begin. The barista sweeps the falling white into the corners of a fading night.
I watch your fingers trace a name
In condensation on the frame, while ghosts of winter vanish from our sight.
Our clocks are slow,
Air is thick and sweet. The cobblestones are warm and underneath our feet. This golden tide is pouring in to settle on your pale and glowing skin. The seasons turn our hinges made of light. Everything we lost is coming back to sight. In the hollow where the quiet songs begin. This golden tide is pouring in to settle on your pale and glowing skin. The ceilings turn on hinges made of light. Everything we love is coming back to sight. In the hollow where the quiet songs begin.
The velvet shade of petal rain falls light across the window pane. You tilt your head to catch the glare while sugar dust floats through the air. The copper kettle hums a low refrain.
We trace the maps in porcelain cups until the heavy morning wakes us up. A sudden breeze disturbs the street where salt and honey senses meet. Our tangled shadows staining every cup. This golden tide is pouring in to settle on your pale and glowing skin. The seasons turn on hinges made of light. Everything we lost is coming back to sight. In the hollow where the quiet songs begin. The barista sweeps the falling white into the corners of the fading night. I watch your fingers trace a name in condensation on the flame, while ghosts of winter vanish from our sight. The clocks are slow, the air is thick and sweet. The cobblestones are warming underneath our feet. This golden tide is pouring in to settle on your pale and glowing skin. The seasons turn on hinges made of light. Everything we lost is going back to sight. In the hollow where the quiet songs begin. This golden tide is pouring in. trace the golden patterns where the midday shadows lean against the wooden table where the cedar scent remains.
The steamer sends and spirals from a porcelain white cup, while every ticking second finds a place to settle down. I see the city waking through a veil of floating lace, and find the secret map within the palm of every leaf.
The heavy winter cold is folded by the doorway now. The frozen clocks have melted into rivers flowing wide. I feel the pulse of amber light beneath the paper skin. A long forgotten melody begins its slow ascent. Oh, the sweetness of the season when the branches bend to kiss the pavement where we walked until the stars began to fade. The air is thick with sugar dust and promises of light, as every fragile blossom finds a home upon a breeze.
We are weaving through the silence of a town in rosy bloom, catching every spark of fire from the midday sun. It is a soft and tender language that we finally speak underneath the canopy of drifting garden snow.
Oh, the sweetness of the season when the branches bend to kiss the pavement where we walked until the stars began to fade. The air is thick with sugar dust and promises of light, as every fragile blossom finds a home upon a breeze.
We are weaving through the silence of a town in rosy bloom, catching every spark of fire from the midday sun. It is a soft and tender language that we finally speak underneath the canopy of drifting garden snow.
The porcelain is clinking like a bell within the hole. The sugar grains are dissolving in the heat of midday dreams. I watch the strangers passing with their collars open wide to breathe the scent of nectar from the heavy hanging boughs.
There is a sense of mercy in the way the colors blend, the peach and cream and silver on the edges of the day.
I am writing out your name upon the steam of window glass. Before the warmth of April turns the vapor into rain. The heavy winter cold is folded by the doorway now. The frozen clocks have melted into rivers flowing wide. I feel the pulse of amber light beneath the paper skin. A long forgotten melody begins its slow ascent. Hey, the sweetness of the season and the branches bend to kiss the pavement where we walked until the stars began to fade. The air is thick with sugar dust and promises of light, as every fragile blossom finds a home upon the bridge. We are weaving through the silence of a town in rosy blue, catching every spark of fire thunder midday sun. It is a soft and tender language that we finally speak underneath the canopy of drifting garden snow.
The morning paints the window frame in hues of pale champagne, as velvet petals drift across the quiet paving stones. I trace the golden patterns where the midday shadows lean against the wooden table where the cedar scent remains.
The steam ascends in spirals from a porcelain white cup, while every ticking second finds a place to settle down.
I see the city waking through a veil of floating lace, and find a secret map within the palm of every leaf.
The heavy winter coat is folded by the doorway now. The frozen clocks have melted into rivers flowing wide.
I feel the pulse of amber light beneath the paper skin. A long forgotten melody
Begins its slow ascent. Oh, the sweetness of the season when the branches bend to kiss the pavement where we walked until the stars began to fade. The air is thick with sugar dust and promises of light, as every fragile blossom finds a home upon the breeze. We are even here beside stars begin to fade. The air is thick with sugar dust and promises of light, as every fragile blossom finds a home upon the breeze. We are weaving through the silence of a town in a rosy blue, catching every spark of fire from the midday sun. It is soft and tender language that we finally read underneath the canopy of drifting garden snow.
The porcelain is clinking like a bell within the hall.
The sugar grains are dissolving in the heat of midday dream.
I watch the strangers pausing with their colors open wide
To breathe the scent of nectar from the heavy hanging boughs. There is a sense of mercy in the way the colors blend of peach and cream and silver on the edges of the day. I am writing out your name upon the steam of window glass before the warmth of April turns the vapor into rain. The heavy winter coat is folded by the doorway now. The frozen clocks have melted into rivers flowing wide. I feel the ghost of amber light beneath the paper skin. A long forgotten melody begins its slow ascent. Oh, the sweetness of the season and the benches bend to kiss the pavement where we walked until the stars began to fade. The air is thick with sugar dust and promises of light, as every fragile blossom finds a home upon the breeze. We are waiting through the silence of a town in rosy bloom, catching every spark of fire from the midday sun. It is a soft and tender language that we silently speak underneath the canopy of drifting light snow. Oh, the sweetness of the scene when the benches bend to kiss the pavement where we walked until the stars began to fade. The air is thick with sugar dust and promises of light, as every fragile blossom finds a home upon the breeze. We are moving through the silence of a town in a rosy bloom, catching every spark.
The garden gate is leaning towards the light, petals drifting down in shades of pale. I watch the shadows lengthen on the wall, a quiet weight within this dusty veil. The afternoon is breathing through the trees, a slow parade of pink upon the stone. I find the pieces of a distant year in every seed the southern breeze has sown. You told me once that beauty had to fade to make a room for something yet to be. The sun is leaning heavy on my skin, like gold poured out across a restless sea. The branches bow beneath the coming tide, a silent snow that never feels a cold. I trace the lines of every falling leaf and wonder at the stories left untold. The air is thick with sugar and the dust, a gentle ache that settles in the bone. The world is turning softly in its sleep, leaving us to wander here alone. The daylight lingers longer than it should, painting every window with a prayer. The sky is just a mirror for the ground, and love is only movement in the air. catching every view. 100,000 tiny paper bowls. They carry all the secrets we forgot. Down where the heavy summer timber floats. The wind is barely more than just a sigh. It brushes past the hollow of my hand. I try to find a word that stays the same, while everything is shifting like the sand. The clock is ticking slower than the heart. The grass is bending low to meet the shade. We learn to value what we cannot hold before the final glow begins to fade. The air is liquid sugar and the dust, the gentle lake that settled in the bone. The world is turning softly in its sleep, leaving us to wander here alone. The daylight lingers longer than it should, painting every window with a prayer. The sky is dusty near the foreground, and love is only moving in the air. The garden gate is leaning towards the light, petals drifting down in shades of pale. I watch the shadows lengthen on the wall, a quiet weight within this dusty veil. The afternoon is breathing through the trees, a slow parade of pink upon the stone. I find the pieces of a distant year, and never see the southern breeze has sown. You told me once that beauty had to fade to make room for something yet to be. The sun is leaning heavy on my skin, like gold poured out across our restless sea. The branches bow beneath the coming tide, a silence more than ever feels the cold. I trace the lines of every falling leaf and wonder at the stories left untold. The air is thick with sugar and the dust, a gentle lake that settles in the bone. The world is turning softly in its sleep, leaving us to wander here alone. The daylight lingers longer than it should, painting every window with a prayer. The sky is just a mirror for the ground, and love is only movement in the air. I saw the river catching every bloom, 100,000 tiny paper boats. They carry all The garden gate is leaning toward the light. The shadows stretch across the gravel path. I see the pale pink velvet take its flight. A quiet beauty in the aftermath. No heavy clouds are hanging in the sky. The golden glow is brushing through the tree. I watch the silent drifting petals fly, carried on the shoulders of the breeze. Down where the earth is turning soft and white, the gentle descent of the spring. A million tiny ghosts in midday light. To every living branch they cling. The air is breathing slow and deep, a promise that the season tries to keep. Falling like a prayer upon the stone, in a language that the heart has always known. Down where the earth is turning soft and white, the gentle descent of the spring. A million tiny ghosts in midday light. To every living branch they cling. The air is breathing slow and deep, a promise that the season tries to keep. Falling like a prayer upon the stone, in a language that the heart has always known. The river moves as steady as a clock, beneath the bridge where copper turns to green. The swirling blossoms gather near the rock, painting every corner of the scene. There is no clock to hurry up the day. The warmth is resting heavy on my skin. The winter debts have all been paid away, and let the velvet liberty begin. The branches bow beneath the dusty ground, as every petal finds its place. There is a secret wisdom to be found in every fleeting moment of His grace. God, where the earth is turning soft and white, where gentle descent of the spring. A million tiny ghosts in midday light. To every living branch they grin. The air is breathing slow and deep, a promise that the season tries to keep. Falling like a prayer upon the snow, in a language that the heart has always known. Down where the earth is turning soft and white, the gentle descent of the spring. A million tiny ghosts in midday light. To every living branch they cling. The air is breathing slow and deep, a promise that the season tries to keep. Falling like a prayer upon the stone, in a language that the heart has always known.
The garden gate is leaning toward the light. The shadows stretch across the gravel path. I see the pale pink velvet take its flight, a quiet beauty in the aftermath. No heavy clouds are hanging in the sky. The golden glow is brushing through the trees. I watch the silent drifting petals fly, carried on the shoulders of the breeze. Down where the earth is current, soft and white, the gentle descent of the spring. A million tiny ghosts in midday light. To
promise that the season tries to keep, falling like a prayer upon the stone, in a language that the heart has always known. Down where the earth is turning soft and white, the gentle descent of the spring, a million tiny ghosts in midday light, to every living branch they cling. The air is breathing slow and deep, a promise that the season tries to keep, falling like a prayer upon the stone, in a language that the heart has always known. The river moves as steady as a clock beneath the bridge where copper turns to green. The swirling blossoms gather near the rock, painting every corner of the sea. There is no clock to hurry up the day. The warmth is resting heavy on my skin. The winter debts have all been paid away, and let the velvet liberty begin. The branches bow to meet the dusty ground as every heavy petal finds its place. There is a secret wisdom to be found in every fleeting moment of this grace. Down where the earth is turning soft and white, the gentle descent of the spring, a million tiny ghosts in midday light, to every hidden branch they cling. The air is breathing slow and deep, a promise that the season tries to keep, falling like a fair upon the stone, in a language that the heart has always known. Down where the earth is turning soft and white, gentle descent of the spring, a million tiny ghosts in midday light, with every living branch they cling. Days breathe slow and deep, a promise that the season tries to keep, falling like a fair upon the stone, in a language that the heart has always known. The garden gate is leaning toward the light, petals drifting down in sheets of white. I see the shadows stretching on the grass, watching all the quiet hours pass. The season on decay is sweet and slow, with nowhere left for any soul to go. The temperature is rising in the yard, staying still has never been so hard. The branches getting lighter by the day, while all the heavy feelings drift away. And it is raining pink upon the stone, a beauty that I carry on my own. The atmosphere is thick with settled dust, in gravity and patience we can trust. The drifting crown is falling at my feet, where the summer and the winter gentle current moves across the lane, clearing out the residue of rain. The branches trace a pattern on the sky as all the blushing millions learn to slide. There is no sudden crash or jagged sound, just a velvet carpet covering the ground. The temperature is rising in the yard. Staying still has never been so hard. The branches getting lighter by the day, while all the heavy feelings drift away. And it is raining pink upon the stone, a beauty that I carry on my own. The atmosphere is thick with settled dust, in gravity and patience we can trust. The drifting crown is falling at my feet, where the summer and the winter finally meet. Time is not a ladder but a wheel, turning through the things we cannot feel. Every floating speck is like a word, the clearest prayer that I have ever heard. The warmth is soaking deep into the clay to wash the lonely bitterness away. And it is raining pink upon the stone, a beauty that I carry on my own. The atmosphere is thick with settled dust, in gravity and patience we can trust. The drifting crown is falling at my feet, where the summer and the winter finally meet. The garden gate is leaning toward the light, petals drifting down in sheets of white. I see the shadows stretching on the grass, watching all the quiet hours pass. The season of decay is sweet and slow, with nowhere left for any soul to go. The temperature is rising in the yard, staying still has never been so hard. The branches getting lighter by the day, where all the heavy feelings drift away. And it is raining pink upon the stone, a beauty that I carry on my own. The atmosphere is thick with settled dust, and gravity and patience we can trust. The drifting crown is falling at my feet, where the summer and the winter finally meet. A gentle current moves across the lane, clearing out the residue of rain. The branches trace a pattern on the sky as all the blushing millions learn to fly. There is no sudden crash or jagged sound, just a velvet carpet covering the ground. The temperature is rising in the yard, staying still has never been so hard. The branches getting lighter by the day, while all the heavy feelings drift away. And it is raining pink upon the stone, a beauty that I carry on my own. The atmosphere is thick with settled dust, and gravity and patience we can trust. clearest prayer that I have ever heard. The warmth is soaking deep into the clay to wash the lonely bitterness away. And it is raining ink upon the stone, a beauty that I carry on my own. The atmosphere is thick, it's settled up in gravity and pitch and spake and trust. The drifting crown is falling at my feet, where the summer and the winter finally meet. And it is raining ink upon the stone, a beauty that I carry on my own. The atmosphere is thick with settled dust and gravity and patience, spake and trust. The drifting crown is falling at my feet, where the summer and the winter finally meet. The shadows stretch along the gravel path, where April writes its name in pale pink ink. I watch the petals drift like silent snow into the spaces where we used to think. The sun is leaning heavy on the fence, a golden weight that holds the afternoon. The air is moving soft against my skin, while winter hums its final hollow tune. So let it fall and cover up the ground until the green is buried out of sight. The beauty is a fragile kind of weight that disappears before the coming night. Yeah, it isn't fast and it isn't very loud, just a slow surrender to the breeze. Everything we meant to say out loud is scattered now beneath the shaking trees. Yeah, yeah. The sky is wider than it was before. The clouds are tethered to the rising heat. I feel the seasons shifting in my bones, while velvet dust is gathering at my feet. The light is pouring through the dying bloom, a steady wash of honey on the wall. There is no reason to be hurried now, when everything is destined for the fall. The wind is whispering a different name, the branches lean into the quiet glow. I am learning how to stand quiet still and watch the only word I used to know. So let it fall and cover up the ground until the green is buried out of sight. The beauty is a fragile kind of weight that disappears before the coming night. Yeah, it isn't fast and it isn't very loud, just a slow surrender to the breeze. Everything we meant to say out loud is scattered now beneath the shaking trees. Yeah.
Shadows stretch along the gravel path where April writes its name in pale pink ink. I watch the petals drift like silent snow into the spaces where we used to think. The sun is leaning heavy on the fence, a golden weight that holds the afternoon. The air is moving soft against my skin while winter hums its final hollow tune. So let it fall and cover up the ground until the green is buried out of sight. The beauty is a fragile kind of way that disappears before the coming night. It isn't fast and it isn't very loud, just a slow surrender to the breeze. Everything we meant to say out loud is scattered now beneath the shaking tree. The sky is wider than it was before. The clouds are tethered to the rising heat. I feel the season shifting in my bones while velvet dust is gathering at my feet. The light is pouring through the dying blooms, a steady wash of honey on the wall. There is no reason to be hurried now when everything is destined for the fall. The wind is whispering a different name, the branches leaning to the quiet glow. I am learning how to stand quite still and watch the only world I used to know. So let it fall and cover up the ground until the green is buried out of sight. For beauty is a fragile kind of weight that disappears before the coming night. It isn't fast and it isn't very loud, just a slow surrender to the breeze. Everything we meant to say out loud is scattered now beneath the shaking tree. The garden gate is leaning toward the light, petals drifting down in shades of pale. They settle on the stones like winter's ghost, while shadows stretch across the garden rail. The quiet golden dust is in the air. It catches on the sleeve of my old coat. I'm standing where the gravel meets the grass, reading lines of things I never wrote. The stillness has a weight I can't explain, 1,000 tiny wings against the sky. There's a silence where the thunder used to be, as the afternoon begins to say goodbye. And it's soft as the breath of a sleeping child, slow as the skinning of a prayer, falling through the honey colors day, until there's nothing left but open air. Yes, the pink smoke is dancing on the breeze, and the world is just a dream within a dream. I remember how the branches used to reach, scraping at the edges of the grave.
but now they bow like priests before the sun, giving all their heavy finery away. There is no clock to measure out this peace, no calendar to mark the coming cold, just the drifting of the fragile paper crowns, turning everything they touch to solid gold. The stillness has a weight I can't explain, 1,000 tiny wings against the sky. There's a silence where the thunder used to be, as the afternoon begins to say goodbye. And it's soft, there's the breath of sleeping child, slow as the spinning of a prayer, falling through the honey-colored day, until there's nothing left but open air. Yes, the big smoke is dancing on the breeze, and the world is just a dream within a tree. They say that every season has its price, that beauty is a debt you have to pay. But looking at the carpet on the ground, I give the whole wide world to let it stay. The wind is just a hand upon my brow, moving with the grace I've never known. And it's soft as the breath of a sleeping child, slow as the beaming of a prayer, falling through honey-colored day, until there's nothing left but open air. Yes, the pink smoke is dancing on the beat, and the world's just a dream within a dream. And it's soft as the breath of a sleeping child, slow as the spinning of a prayer, falling through the honey-colored day, until there's nothing left but open air. Yes, the pink smoke is dancing on the breeze, and the world is just a dream within a dream.
The steam rises in a slow white curl above the counter where the spoons are laid, a quiet refuge from the waking world, while shadows of the porcelain are swayed. The grinder hums a low and steady drone, the wooden chair creaks on the dusty floor. I watch the street where morning light is thrown beyond the handle of the heavy door. Your hands are wrapped around the ceramic cup, the porcelain is stained with rings of brown. You never seem to look directly up to see the petals drifting through the town. The sugar dissolves like a secret toll, the amber liquid turns a shade of gold. The frost has gone and left a gentle cold before the summer stories can unfold. But out there the pink rain falls on the stones, a soft confetti for the weary eyes. The heavy winter chilling in our bones is melting under pale and pearl streaked skies. The blossoms touch the glass and drift away, floating on a breeze we cannot feel. We let the clock run out on Saturday, in the mind of peace that makes the silence real. And then the room is still, the cage is turning in a long intake of breath. The flowers gather on a windowsill, defying every winter hint of trees are gone. A sudden God sends crowds of petals high like April snow against the brick and the wood. A fleeting garden underneath the sky, doing exactly what a garden should. The foam is thinning in your latte glass. The scent of roasted beans is thick and sweet. We watch the strangers and the bicycles pass along the winding rhythm of the street. The velvet coat is folded on the bench. The steam is banished into thinner air. The thirst for motion is a thirst we quench by simply staying in this wooden chair. A hint of jasmine lingers near the wall. The sun is tilting toward the afternoon. And cherry branches offer up their fall to every corner of this dim saloon. The world is moving in a frantic pace, but here the dust is dancing in the beam. A calm reflection on a quiet face, lost inside the vapor and the dream. But out there the pink rain falls on the domes, a soft confetti for the weary eyes. The heavy winter chilling in our bones is melting on the pale and blue street skies. The blossoms touch the glass and drift away, floating on a breeze we cannot feel. We let the clock run out on Saturday and find the peace and makes the silence real. The steam curls slowly from a porcelain rim above the wooden table where the light grows dim. A ceramic wave rests steady in my palm while the afternoon settles in a cedar palm. I watch the silver spoon trace a quiet line in the dark confusion of a being refined. The door swings open on a rusted hinge, but the silence here has a velvet fringe. No one is rushing for the evening train, just the steady pulse of a soft refrain. And out beyond the glass the pale petals fall, writing ghost stories on the garden wall. The pink drifts heavy like a winter lace, ticking off the seconds at a gentle pace, wrapped in the scent of a roasted spark, waiting for the stars to bite the dark. The chalk dust menu lists a dozen names of distant mountains and amber flames. The barista hums a low and dusty tune under the ghost of a daylight moon. Every chair is a kingdom of its own, built from a fabric in a hollow bone. The clock on a pillar has forgotten the hour, drunk on the scent of the blooming flower. Time is a tangle of a loose leaf page, living out a life in a golden cage. And out beyond the glass the pale colors fall, bright ghost stories on the garden wall. The pink drifts heavy like a winter lace, ticking off the seconds at a gentle pace, wrapped in the scent of a roasted spark, waiting for the stars to bite the dark. Left in the scent of a roasted spark, waiting for the stars to bite the dark. The steam curls slowly from a porcelain rim above the wooden table where the light grows dim. A ceramic weight rests steady in my palm while the afternoon settles in a cedar balm. I watch the silver spoon trace a quiet line in the dark infusion of a bean refined. The door swings open on a rusted hinge, but the silence here has a velvet fringe. No one is rushing for the evening train, just the steady pulse of a soft refrain. And out beyond the glass the pale petals fall, writing ghost stories on the garden wall. The pink drifts heavy like a winter lace, taking off the seconds at a gentle pace. Wrapped in the scent of a roasted spark, waiting for the stars to bite the dark. The chalk dust menu lists a dozen names of distant mountains and amber flames. The barista hums a level and dusty tune under the ghost of a daylight moon. Every chair is a kingdom of its own, built from a fabric and a hollow bone. The clock on the pillar has forgotten the hour, drunk on the scent of the blooming flower. Time is a tangle of a loose leaf page, living out a life in a golden cage. And out beyond the glass the pale petals fall, writing ghost stories on the garden wall. The pink drips heavy like a winter lace, taking off the seconds at a gentle pace. Wrapped in the scent of a roasted spark, waiting for the stars to bite the dark. The barista hums a low and dusty tune under the coast of a daylight moon. Every chair is a kingdom of its own, built from a fabric and a hollow bone. Right. The team drips heavy like a winter lace, taking off the seconds at a gentle pace. Steam rises from the porcelain rim, a gentle heat against the morning chill. The bell above the door sings a low chime as seconds drift like dust upon the sill. I watch the street begin to wake and stir behind the safety of this thick pane glass. The bitterness of beans is all I need to watch the slow and heavy shadows pass. The grinder hums a steady monotone, a sanctuary built of broken grain, while far beyond the reach of every stone, the pink confetti dances through the rain. Petals fall against the asphalt rays, soft as velvet caught within the breeze. A million tiny hearts in disarray, tumbling down from all the ancient trees. I sip the dark and liquid velvet light, finding solace in the quiet scene. Outside the world is painting itself white, I remain inside the shade of green. Blood sugar cubes dissolve without a sound, a sweet surrender to the boiling tide. The newspapers are scattered on the ground with headlines that have nowhere left to hide. But here clock is ticking soft and slow. The velvet cushions hold the weary soul. I got no place that I am forced to go. No broken pieces left to make me whole. The grind that hums a steady monotone. A sanctuary built of oak and grain, while far beyond the reach of every stone, the pink confetti dances through the rain. Petals fall against the asphalt gray, soft as velvet caught within the breeze. A million tiny hearts in disarray, tumbling down from all the itching trees. I sip the darkened liquid velvet light, finding solace in the quiet scene. Outside the world is painting itself white, while I remain inside this shade of green. The seasons are a heavy coat we shed, a cycle of the blooming and the rot. With every single word we left unsaid, buried in the guard as we forgot. But for a moment everything is still. The steam is rising higher than the sky. The world can take its medicine and pew, while I just sit and watch the spring go by. Petals fall against the asphalt gray, soft as velvet caught within the breeze. A million tiny hearts in disarray, tumbling down from all the ancient trees. I sip the dark and liquid velvet light, finding solace in the quiet scene. Outside the world is painting itself white, while I remain inside this shade of green. Colors fall against the asphalt gray, soft as velvet caught within the breeze. A million tiny hearts in disarray, tumbling down from all the ancient trees. I sip the dark and liquid velvet light, finding solace in the quiet scene. Outside the world is painting itself white, while I remain inside a shade of green. Steam rises from the porcelain rim, a gentle heat against the morning chill. The bell above the door sings a low chime as seconds drift like dust upon the sill. I watch the street begin to wake and stir behind the safety of this thick pane glass. The bitterness of beans is all I need to watch the slow and heavy shadows pass. The grinder hums a steady monotone, the sanctuary built of oak and gray, while far beyond the reach of every stone, the pink confetti dances through the rain. Petals fall against the asphalt gray, soft as velvet caught within the breeze. Some million tiny hearts in disarray, tumbling down from all the ancient trees. I sip the dark and liquid velvet light, finding solace in the quiet scene. Outside the world is painting itself white, while I remain inside the shade of green. The sugar cubes dissolve without a sound, sweet surrender to the boiling tide. The newspapers are scattered on the ground, with headlines that have nowhere left to hide. But here the clock is ticking, soft and slow, soft and slow. The velvet cushions hold the weary soul, weary soul. I've got no place that I am forced to go, forced to. No broken pieces left to make me whole. a steady monotone, a sanctuary built of oak and gray, but far beyond the reach of every stone. The pink confetti dances through the rain. Petals fall against the asphalt gray, soft as velvet cork within the breeze. A million tiny hearts in disarray, tumbling down from all the ancient trees. I sip the dark and liquid velvet light, finding solace is the quiet scene. Outside the world is painting itself white, while I remain inside the shade of green. The seasons are a heavy coat we share, a cycle of the blooming and the rot. With every single word we left unsaid, buried in the gardens we forgot. But for a moment everything is still. The steam is rising higher than the sky. The world could take its medicine and fail, while I just sit and watch the spring go by. Pebble fall against the asphalt gray, soft as velvet cork within the breeze. A million tiny hearts in disarray, tumbling down from all the ancient trees. I sip the dark and liquid velvet light, finding solace in the quiet sea. Outside the world is painting itself white, while I remain inside my shade of green. Petals fall against the asphalt gray, soft as velvet cork within the breeze. A million tiny hearts in disarray. Steam rises from the heavy ceramic mug. The grinder hums a low and steady song. The oak floorboards hold a century of steps. I linger where the shadows lean and long. The center roasted beans begins to settle, like a heavy coat against the morning chill. The porcelain clinks against the marble top, while the busy world outside is standing still. Petals drift like snow beyond the pane, a pale pink velvet curtain on the glass. Spring is breathing softly on the brickwork, watching all the hurried strangers pass. This ceramic cradle keeps me grounded, while the branches dance in circles overhead. The bitter and the sweet are finally blending, leaving all the heavy words unsaid. The clock on the wall has lost its pendulum. Time is just a vapor in the air. Sunlight strikes the silver of the kettle and finds the stray reflections in your hair. The chalked out menu tells a simple story of distant hills and harvests far away. I trace the wood grain patterns on the table, finding reasons for a longer stay. A gentle haze is lifting from the garden. The pavement drinks the color off our trees. keep the quiet inside, safe from every restless northern breeze. The foam begins to fade into the dark. The wind is weaving through the shade lane. A sudden spark of color hits the window, washing out the gray and dusty stain. Kettles drift like snow beyond the pane. A tale tank velvet curtain on glass. Spring is breathing softly on a big word. Watching all the blurred strangers pass. This ceramic cradle keeps me grounded, while the branches dance in circles overhead. The bitter and the sweet are finally blending, leaving all the heavy words unsaid. Steam rises from the heavy ceramic knock. The grinder hums a low and steady song. The oak floorboards hold a century of steps. I linger where the shadows lean and long. The scent of roasted beans begins to settle like a heavy coat against the morning chill. The porcelain clinks against the marble top, while the busy world outside is standing still. Petals drift like snow beyond the pane. A pale pink velvet curtain on the glass. Spring is breathing softly on the brickwork, watching all the hurried strangers pass. This ceramic cradle keeps me grounded, while the branches dance in circles overhead. The bitter and the sweet are finally blending, leaving all the heavy words unsaid. The clock on the wall has lost its pendulum. Time is just a vapor in the air. Sunlight strikes the silver of the kettle and finds the stray reflections in your head. The chalked out menu tells a simple story of distant hills and harvests far away. I trace the wood grain patterns on the table, finding reasons for a longer stay. A gentle haze is lifting from the garden. The pavement drinks the color of the trees. The latches click to keep the quiet inside, safe from every restless northern breeze. The foam begins to fade into the dark. The wind is weaving through the cherry lane. A sudden spark of color hits the window, washing out the gray and dusty stain. Petals drift like snow beyond the pane. A pale pink velvet curtain on the glass. Spring is breathing softly on the brickwork, watching all the hurried strangers pass. The ceramic cradle keeps me grounded, while the branches dance in circles overhead. The bitter and the sweet are finally blending, leaving all the heavy words unsaid. Steam rises from the porcelain rim. The morning light is soft and dim. I watch the sugar dissolve slow, with nowhere left that I must go. The wooden stove creaks beneath my weight. Small talk drips from a chipped white plate. scent of roasted beans takes flight against the fading chill of night. An amber glow hugs every wall, waiting for the day to call. Your empty chair across from mine, traces of a past design. Petals drift like winter lace, slowing down the frantic pace. Pink velvet on the concrete street where the earth and heavens meet. Stay inside the quiet hum before the busy hours come. The window frames a fragile scene of all the moments in between. A blush of bloom against the pavement, healing every hidden stream. I wrap my hands around the heat while the seasons feel complete. Time is just a drifting leaf, a temporary sweet relief, settling on the dusty ground without a single jarring sound. Petals drift like winter lace, slowing down the frantic pace. Pink velvet on the concrete street where the earth and heavens meet. Stay inside the quiet hum before the busy hours come. Ceramic holds the steam, a cloudy mirror of a quiet dream. Petals drift like winter snow in the grass where shadows grow. The bitterness is soft and deep while the waking world is half asleep. Oh, the pink rain falls in the porcelain cup. I don't mind if the sun never looks up. Just the heat in my palms and the light in the trees. A slow Sunday drifting on a velvet breeze. Everything's moving at a gentle pace with the taste of the roasted bean and lace. Oh, the pink rain falls in the porcelain cup. I don't mind if the sun never looks up. Just the heat in my palms and the light in the trees. A slow Sunday drifting on a velvet breeze. Everything is moving at a gentle pace with the taste of the roasted bean and lace. Ancient branches curve and bend like the letters of a long lost friend. I am sitting on a wooden bench, feeling every thirsty garden quench. The clock is ticking but the hands are still resting on the edge of the windowsill. No one is calling and the road is clear. The only song ghost of a pale white moon. Oh, the pink rain falls in the porcelain cup. I don't mind if the sun never looks up. Just the heat in my palms and the light in the trees. A slow Sunday drifting on a velvet breeze. Everything is moving at a gentle pace with a taste of the roasted bean and lace. Oh, the pink rain falls in the porcelain cup. I don't mind if the sun never looks up. Just the heat in my palms and the light in the trees. The slow Sunday drifting on a velvet breeze. Everything is moving at a gentle pace with a taste of the roasted bean and lace. Ancient branches curve and bend like the letters of a long lost friend. I am sitting on a wooden bench, feeling every thirsty garden quench. The white ceramic holds a steam, the cloudy mirror of a quiet dream. Petals drift like winter snow in the grass where shadows grow. The bitterness is soft and deep, while the waking world is half asleep. Oh, the pink rain falls in the porcelain cup. I don't mind if the sun never looks up. Just the heat in my palms and the light in the trees. A slow Sunday drifting on a velvet breeze. Everything is moving at a gentle pace with the taste of the roasted bean and lace. Oh, the pink rain falls in the porcelain cup. I don't mind if the sun never looks up. Just the heat in my palms and the light in the trees. A slow Sunday drifting on a velvet breeze. Everything is moving at a gentle pace with the taste of the roasted bean and lace. Ancient branches curve and bend like the letters of a long lost friend. I'm sitting on a wooden bench, feeling every thirsty garden clench. The clock is ticking, but the hands are still resting on the edge of the windowsill. No one is calling and the road is clear. The only song is the one I hear in the humming of the bees and the stirring spoon under the ghost of the pale white moon. Oh, the pink rain falls in the porcelain cup. I don't mind if the sun never looks up. Just the heat in my palms and the light in the trees. A slow Sunday drifting on a velvet breeze. Everything is moving at a gentle pace with the taste of the roasted bean and lace. Oh, the pink rain falls in the porcelain cup. I don't mind if the sun never looks up. Just the heat in my palms and the light in the tree. The slow Sunday drifting on a velvet breeze. Everything is moving at a gentle pace with the taste of the roasted bean and lace. the black liquid settle in the heat. A quiet passenger in a blooming scene. No clocks are ticking in this garden shade. The dust of the road is finally clear. The roast is deep and the beans are ground fine. Everything else has just disappeared. Soft petals falling in a porcelain cup. The steam rises slowly to meet the sky. A bit of blue balanced by a gentle touch. Time dissolves while the clouds drift by. Nothing is heavy in the cradle of May. I remember the winters of iron and ice, the long, lonely roads and the hollow song. But here the wind plays a melody of peace, and scattered blossoms cover the ground. My cans are warm around the ceramic bowl. The aroma carries the weight of the sun. There is no map for where I am going. The race is over and the prize is won. Soft petals calling in a porcelain cup. The steam rises slowly to meet the sky. A bit of blue balanced by a gentle touch. Time dissolves while the crowds drift by. Nothing is heavy in the cradle of May. Soft petals falling in a porcelain cup. The steam rises slowly to meet the sky. A bitter brew balanced by a gentle touch. Time dissolves while the clouds drift by. Nothing is heavy in the cradle of May. Beneath the tangled branches of the old park, the morning light filters through a pale pink screen. I watch the black liquid settle in the heat. A quiet passenger in a blooming scene. No clocks are ticking in this garden shade. The dust of the road is finally clear. The roast is deep and the beans are ground fine. Everything else has just disappeared. Soft petals falling in a porcelain cup. The steam rises slowly to meet the sky. A bitter brew balanced by a gentle touch. Time dissolves while the clouds drift by. Nothing is heavy in the cradle of May. I remember the winters of iron and ice, the long, lonely roads and the hollow sound. But here the wind plays a melody of peace, and scattered blossoms cover the ground. My hands are warm around the ceramic bowl. The aroma carries the weight of the sun. There is no map for where I am going. The race is over and the prize is won. Soft petals falling in a porcelain cup. The steam rises slowly to meet the sky. A bitter brew balanced by a gentle touch. Time dissolves while the crowds drift by. Nothing is heavy in the cradle of May. drift like snow in a porcelain cup. The steam rises slow as the sun wakes up. Pale pink shadows on a wooden bench, a thirst for the quiet that no rain can quench. Everything moving in a slow motion blur under the boughs where the soft winds stir. I am sitting on the edge of a shifting season, watching the colors change without a reason. The bitter bean crushed into a dark velvet brew. The morning is old but the light is new. The paper sleep warms the calm of my hand, a grainy map of a silent land. The branching slow with a heavy grace, a delicate veil for a tired face. Petals drift like snow in a porcelain cup. Steam rises slow as the sun wakes up. Pale pink shadows on the wooden bench, a thirst for the quiet that no rain can quench. Everything moving in a slow motion blur under the boughs where the soft winds stir. The clock in the tower has nothing to say while the white blossoms fall in a tangled display. No headlights to read and no ladders to climb, just a sediment left at the bottom of time. The ceramic is smooth and the liquid is hot, finding the peace that the city forgot. The center of the earth and the roasted seed, meeting a hunger and a hidden need. Petals drift like snow in a porcelain cup. Steam rises so as the sun wakes up. Pale pink shadows on the wooden bench, the thirst for the quiet that no rain can quench. Everything moving in a slow motion blur under the boughs where the soft winds stir. Puddles drift like snow in a porcelain cup. The steam rises slow as the sun wakes up. Pale pink shadows on the wooden bench, a thirst for the quiet that no rain can quench. Everything moving in a slow motion blur under the boughs where the soft winds stir. Petals drift like snow in a porcelain cup. The steam rises slow as the sun wakes up. Pale pink shadows on the wooden bench, a thirst for the quiet that no rain can quench. Everything moving in a slow motion blur under the boughs where the soft winds stir. I'm sitting on the edge of a shifting season, watching the colors change without a reason. The bitter bean crushed into a dark velvet brew. The morning is old but the light is new. The paper sleeve warms the palm of my hand, a grainy map of a silent land. The branch hangs low with a heavy a delicate veil for a tired face. Petals drift like snow in a porcelain cup. The steam rises slow as the sun wakes up. Pale pink shadows on the wooden bench, a thirst for the quiet that no rain can quench. Everything moving in a slow motion blur under the boughs where the soft winds stir. The clock in the tower has nothing to say while the white blossoms fall in a tangled display. No headlines to read and no ladders to climb, just the sediment left at the bottom of time. The ceramic is smooth and the liquid is hot, finding a peace that the city forgot. The scent of the earth and the roasted sea, meeting a hunger and a hidden need. Petals drift like snow in a porcelain cup. Steam rises slow as the sun wakes up. Pale pink shadows on the wooden bench, a thirst for the quiet that no rain can quench. Staring it moving in a slow motion blur under the bower where the soft winds stir. Petals drift like snow in a porcelain cup. The steam rises slow as the sun wakes up. Pale pink shadows on the wooden bench, a thirst for the quiet that the rain can quench. Everything moving in a slow motion blur under the boughs where soft winds stir. The morning heat is leaning on the bench. I settle in with china in my hand. A bit of steam rises through the branch while light settles softly on the land. The porcelain is heavy and it is deep. The shadows play a game upon the ground. I feel the city falling fast asleep without a single movement or a sound. The petals drift like paper on the breeze. They do not care for where they have to fall. They settle on my shoulders and my knees. They do not hear a distant winter call. The beans were ground beneath a heavy stone. The water poured in circles slow and wide. I sit here in the garden all alone, with nothing left to cover or to hide. And the pink is turning white against the blue, and the cup is getting warmer in my grip. There is nothing left for anyone to do but let the golden seconds start to slip. The flowers are a blanket for the day. The caffeine is a fire in the vein. The world is looking miles and miles away, beyond the reach of worry or of pain. Time is just a rumor in the sky, a story told by clocks that do not know how beautiful it is to let things die and watch the way the changing seasons go. The steam is swirling into ghost shapes now. The bark is rough and steady to the touch. I make a silent and a secret vow. Can we ever ask for very much? The dregs are dark and settle at the base. The wind is shaking loose another cloud. A soft reflection settles on my face, away from from every hungry seeking crowd. The flavor lingers like a quiet song. The sweetness is a ghost upon a tongue. This is where your weary souls belong, while the morning bell is being rung. I watch the way the light begins to crawl across the grass and up the garden gate. I do not mind the ending of it all. I do not mind the heavy hand of fate. The pot is empty and the air is still. The branches hold the sun within their reach. I've had my peace and I have had my fill of let and set the falling blossoms teach. And a peak is turning white against the blue, and the cup is getting warmer in my grip. There is nothing left for anyone to do but let the golden seconds start to slip. The flowers are a blanket for the day. The caffeine is a fire in the vein. The world is looking miles and miles away, beyond the reach of word or of pain. The morning heat is leaning on the bench. I settle in with China in my hand. The bitter steam rises through the branch, while light settle softly on the lamp. The porcelain is heavy and it is deep. The shadows play a game upon the ground. I feel the city falling fast asleep, without a single movement or a sound. The petals drift like paper on the breeze. They do not care for where they have to fall. They settle on my shoulders and my knees. They do not hear the distant winter call. The beans are ground beneath a heavy stone. The water poured in circles, slow and wide. I sit here in the garden all alone, with nothing left to cover or to hide. And the pink is turning white against the blue, and the cup is getting warmer in my grip. There is nothing left for anyone to do but let the golden seconds start to slip. The flowers are a blanket for the day. The caffeine is a fire in the vein. The weather's looking miles and miles away, beyond the reach of worry or of pain. Time is just a rumor in the sky, a story told by clocks that do not know how beautiful it is to let things die and watch the way the changing seasons go. The steam is swirling into ghost shapes now. The bark is rough and steady to the touch. I make a silent and a secret vow to never ask for very much. The tracks are dark and settle at the base. The wind is shaking loose another cloud. A soft reflection settles on my face, away from every hungry seeking crowd. The flavor lingers like a quiet song. The sweetness is a ghost upon a tongue. This is where the across the grass and up the garden gate. I do not mind the ending of it all. I do not mind the heavy hand of fate. The pot is empty and the air is still. The branches hold the sun within their reach. I've had my peace and I've had my fill of lessons that the falling blossoms teach. And the pink is turning white against the blue, and the cup is getting warmer in my grip. There is nothing left for anyone to do but let the golden seconds start to slip. The porcelain cup feels steady in my palms. Small white petals settle on the ceramic rim. Shadows stretch across the wooden garden bench while the steam carries the scent of roasted beans. The afternoon light filters through the lace above, freckles of sun upon my folded coat. Every breath is a quiet prayer of staying still, watching the seasons change their heavy wardrobe. Sip the bitter gold while the pink snow falls. Time is a loose thread hanging from my sleeve. I am grounded by the heat inside this mug while the sky spills its beauty on the grass. Nothing is moving but the drifting blooms and the slow pulse of a city far away. The bottom of the cup holds a darker shade, like the earth waiting for the petals to land. There is no clock ticking against the fence, only the sound of the wind shaking the boughs until every branch is light and bare, and my heart is full of the roasted air. Circling out toward the painted edge. I watch a single blossom dive into the foam, a tiny boat lost in a sea of hazel brown. The world is a soft blur behind the trees, a watercolor wash of pale and muted tones. I've forgotten the weight of my own name becoming a part of the dirt and the roots. The steam begins to thin and fade away, but the glow remains beneath my skin. The branches sway in a rhythmic dance, inviting the silence to step right in. Sip the bitter cold while the pink snow falls. Time is a loose thread hanging from my scoop. I am grounded by the heat inside this mug while the sky spills its beauty on the grass. Nothing is moving but the drifting blooms and the slow pulse of a city far away. While the pink snow falls, time is a loose thread hanging from my sleeve. I am grounded by the heat inside this mug while the sky spills its beauty on the grass. Nothing is moving but the drifting blooms and the slow pulse of a city far away. porcelain cup feels steady in my palms. Small white petals settle on the ceramic rim. Shadows stretch across the wooden garden bench while the steam carries the scent of roasted beans. The afternoon light filters through the lace above, painting freckles of sun upon my folded coat. Every breath is a quiet prayer of staying still, watching the seasons change their heavy wardrobe. Sipped a bitter gold while the pink snow falls. Time is a loose thread hanging from my sleeve. I am grounded by the heat inside this mug, while the sky spills its beauty on the grass. Nothing is moving but the drifting blooms and the slow pulse of a city far away. The bottom of the cup holds a darker shade, like the earth waiting for the petals to land. There is no clock ticking against the fence, only the sound of the wind shaking the boughs, until every branch is light and bare, and my heart is full of the roasted air. A gentle breeze stirs the surface of the brew, ripples circling out toward the painted edge. I watch a single blossom dive into the foam, a tiny boat lost in a sea of hazel brown. The world is a soft blur behind the trees, a watercolor wash of pale and muted tones. I have forgotten the way of my own name, becoming a part of the dirt and the roots. The steam begins to thin and fade away, but the glow remains beneath my skin. The branches sway in a rhythmic dance, inviting the silence to step right in. Sip the bitter gold while the pink snow falls. Time is a loose thread hanging from my sleeve. I am grounded by the heat inside this mug, while the sky spills its beauty on the grass. Nothing is moving but the drifting blooms and the slow pulse of a city far away. The steam drifts out to touch the pale white lace of petals drifting down upon my face. The ceramic mug is heavy in my palm, while the afternoon settles into a steady calm. I watch the shadows stretch across the lane, a quiet joy that I cannot explain. Just the roasted scent and the garden air and the light that gets tangled in your hair. We don't need a clock to tell the hour, and the fragile shade of the budding flower. The bitter brew finds a balance with the sweet as the pavement softens beneath our feet. Every sip is a map of where we've been through the seasons thick and the seasons thin. But today is a peak on a gentle hill where the world slows down and the wind is still. All the paint clouds hang from the ancient bough, and there is no time but the breathing now. Let the cup stay full and the worries thin, where the sky ends and the trees begin. It is a simple grace in a whistling shell, a story that the falling blossoms tell. Drink it slowly while the sun is high underneath the soft and the pastel sky. steam, like a waking thought in a midday dream. The city noise is a mile or more away. Beyond the reach of this perfect day, I see a petal upon the rim as the garden lines start to blur and dim. No rush to leave and no place to go, just the steady pulse of the ebb and flow. The warmth travels down to the very bone, the comfort that a king has never known. Just a wooden bench and a paper sleeve, and a beauty that is easy to believe. We are part of a landscape for a while, caught in the curve of a fleeting smile as the beans are ground and the water pours, and a piece of the earth is finally yours. Oh, the pink clouds hang from the ancient bow, and there is no time but the breathing now. Let my cup stays full and the worry then, where the science and the trees begin. It is a simple grace in a porcelain shell, a story that the fallen blossoms tell. Drink it slowly while the lunar eye underneath the soft and the bask of sky. Oh, the pink crowns hang from the ancient bow, and there is no time but the breathing now. Let the cup stays full and the worry then, where the science and the trees begin. It is a simple grace in a porcelain shell, a story that the fallen blossoms tell. Drink it slowly while the sun is high underneath the soft and the bask of sky. The steam drifts up to touch the pale white lace of petals drifting down upon my face. The ceramic mug is heavy in my palm while the afternoon settles into a steady calm. I watch the shadows stretch across the lane, a quiet joy that I cannot explain. Just the roasted scent in the garden air, and the light that gets tangled in your hair. We don't need a clock to tell the hour, and the fragile shade of the budding flower. The bitter brew finds a balance with the sweet as the pavement softens beneath our feet. Every sip is a map of where we've been, through the seasons thick and the seasons thin. But today is a peak on a gentle hill, where the world slows down and the wind is still. Oh, the pink clouds hang from the ancient bough, and there is no time but the breathing now. Let the cup stay full and the worries thin, where the sky ends and the trees begin. It is a simple grace in a porcelain shell, a story that the falling blossoms tell. Drink it slowly while the sun is high underneath the soft and the pastel sky. Oh, the pink clouds hang from the ancient bough, and there is no time but the breathing now. Let the cup stay full and the worries done, where the sky ends and the trees begin. It is a simple grace in a porcelain shell, a story that the falling blossoms tell. Drink it slowly while the sun is high underneath the soft and the pastel sky. There's a certain magic in the steam, like a waking thought in a midday dream. The city noise is a mile or more away, beyond the reach of this perfect day. I see a paddle land upon the rim as the garden lines start to blur and dim. No rush to leave and no place to go, just the steady pulse of the ebb and flow. The warmth travels down to the very bone, a comfort that a king has never known. Just a wooden bench and a paper sleeve, and a beauty that is easy to believe. We are part of the landscape for a while, caught in the curve of a fleeting smile as the beans are ground and the water pours, and the piece of the earth is finally yours. Oh, the king crowns hangs on the ancient bough, and there is no time but the breathing down. Let the cup stay full and the air is thin. soft in the pastel sky. Oh, the pink clouds hang from the ancient bow, and there is no time but the breathing out. Let the cup stay full and the worries thin, where the sky ends and trees begin. It is a simple grace in a porcelain shell, a story that the falling blossoms tell. Drink it slowly while the sun is high, underneath the soft and the pastel sky. The story that the falling blossoms tell. Drink it slowly while the sun is high, underneath the soft and the pastel sky. The porcelain cup feels heavy in the palm, while petals drift like snow upon the grass. The afternoon has settled deep and calm, watching the shadows of the travelers pass. The steamer sends and ribbon through the air, merging with the fragrance of the trees. I find a quiet corner over there to drink away the restless memories. A bitter brew to balance out the sweet. The pink horizon bends above the lane. I feel the cobblestones beneath my feet, relieving every phantom ache and pain. No ticking clocks to tell me where to go, just seasonal confetti on the ground. The river in the valley starts to flow, making a soft and solitary sound. Oh, the brew is dark and the bloom is pale. I am leaning back against the day. Let the winter go and the spring prevail, while the silver clouds begin to stray. There is nothing left to reach or groove underneath the canopy of light. In the slow and steady kind of groove, everything is finally coming bright. The sun is filtering through the woven boughs, a golden lace upon the garden bench. I am making many unpronounced vows, while the thirsty roots begin to drench. It is a simple mercy just to sit and taste the roasted beans and morning dew, finding where the pieces of the puzzle fit underneath the sky of robin blue. The frog is disappearing from the rim as tiny wings are fluttering above. The busy world is growing faint and dim, lost within the scenery I love. I take another swallow of the heat. The ceramic surface warms my weary face. The transformation here is quite complete within this temporary state of grace. A sudden breeze is shaking out the spray of blossoms falling down into my hair. I'll stay until the ending of the day, breathing the sweetness of the air. The kettle in the kitchen starts to hum, calling back the people from the field. I've waited for the better times to come, and now the garden secret is revealed. Though the blue is dark and the bloom is pale, I'm leaning back against the day. Let the winter go and the spring prevail, while silver clouds begin to stray. There is nothing left to reach or grow underneath my canopy of light. In the slow and steady kind of groove, everything is finally coming right. Oh, the brew is dark and the bloom is pale. I'm leaning back against the day. Let the winter go and the spring prevail, while the silver clouds begin to stray. There is nothing left to reach or grow underneath the canopy of light. In the slow and steady kind of groove, everything is finally coming right. Candles drift like snow upon the grass. The afternoon has settled deep and calm, watching the shadows of the travelers pass. The steam ascends in ribbons through the air, merging with the fragrance of the trees. I find a quiet corner over there to drink away the restless memories. A bitter Buddha balance out the sweet. The pink horizon bends above the lane. I feel the cobblestones beneath my feet, relieving every phantom ache and pain. No ticking clocks to tell me where to go, just seasonal confetti on the ground. The river in the valley starts to flow, making a soft and solitary sound. Oh, the brew is dark and the bloom is pale. I'm leaning back against the day. Let the winter go and the spring prevail, while the silver clouds begin to stray. There is nothing left to reach or prove underneath the canopy of light, in the slow and steady kind of groove. Everything is finally coming right. The sun is filtering through the woven boughs, a golden lace upon the garden bench. I am making many unpronounced vows, while the thirsty roots begin to drench. It is a simple messy just to sit and taste the roasted beans and onion dew, finding where the pieces of the puzzle fit underneath the sky of robin blue. The froth is disappearing from the mist, tiny wings are fluttering above. The busy world is growing faint and dim, lost within the scenery I love. I take another swallow of the heat. The ceramic surface warms my weary face. The transformation here is quite complete within this temporary state of grace. A sudden breeze is shaking out the spray of blossoms falling down into my hair. I'll stay until the ending of the day, breathing in the sweetness of the air. The kettle in the kitchen starts to hum, calling back the people from the field. I've waited for the better times to come, and now the garden secret is revealed. Oh, the room is dark and the room is pale. I am leaning back against the day. Let the winter go and the spring prevail, while the silver clouds begin to stray. There is nothing left to watch or prove underneath the canopy of light, in the slow and steady kind of groove. Everything is finally coming right. Oh, the blue is sparking, the bloomy pale. I am leaning back against the day. Let the winter go and the spring prevail, while the silver clouds begin to stray. There is nothing left to watch or prove underneath the canopy of light, in the slow and steady kind of groove. Everything was finally coming right. The porcelain is heavy in my hand, while white petals settle on the dusty ground. The steam rises up to meet the tangled branches, and I am lost in the stillness I have found. The bitter bean has traveled across the ocean, the sweetness of a fleeting spring. I watch the shadows lengthen on the garden wall, waiting for whatever the shifting light might bring. Oh, the sun is a slate of golden honey, drifting through the canopy of lace. The world has forgotten how to hurry in this quiet and hollow place. The clouds are drifting like unwritten letters across a sky of pale and honest blue. And the only truth that really matters is the warmth that is soaking through. Oh, the sun is a slow and golden honey, dripping through the canopy of lace. The world has forgotten how to hurry in this quiet and hollow place. The clouds are drifting like unwritten letters across the sky of pale and honest blue. And the only truth that really matters is the warmth that is soaking through. Time is a river that has stopped its flowing, a clock that has forgotten how to chime. There is no use in coming or in going when the bloom is at its peak and prime. The wind is a soft and unseen finger, turning the pages of an ancient book. I am content to let the moment linger and give the passing day a second look. The sparrow lights upon a crooked railing, shaking the dew from off its weary wings. The ghosts of winter are forever failing as the melody of simple living sings. My cup is empty but my heart is heavy with the peace that comes when vanity is gone. A stone is dry beside the grassy levee in a lingering glow of a quiet dawn. Oh, the sun is a slow and old and honey, dripping through the canopy of lace. The world has forgotten how to hurry in this quiet and hollow place. Clouds are drifting like unwritten letters across the quiet pale and honest blue. And the only truth that really matters is the warmth that is soaking through. Oh, the sun is a slow and old and honey, dripping through the canopy of lace. The world has forgotten how to hurry in this quiet and hollow place. The clouds are drifting like unwritten letters across the sky of pale and honest blue. And the only truth that really matters is the warmth that is soaking through. Porcelain is heavy in my hand, while white petals settle on the dusty ground. The steam rises up to meet the tangled branches, and I am lost in the stillness I've found. The bitter bean has traveled across the ocean to meet the sweetness of a fleeting spring. I watch the shadows lengthen on the garden wall, waiting for whatever the shifting light might bring. Oh, the sun is a slow and golden honey, dripping through the canopy of lace. The world has forgotten how to hurry in this quiet and hollow place. The clouds are drifting like unwritten letters across a sky of pale and honest blue. And the only truth that really matters is the warmth that is soaking through. Oh, the sun is a slow and golden honey, dripping through the canopy of lace. The world has forgotten how to hurry in this quiet and hollow place. has forgotten how to shine. There is no use in coming or in going when the bloom is at its peak and prime. The wind is a soft and unseen finger, turning the pages of an ancient book. I am content to let the moment linger and give the passing day a second look. A sparrow lights upon a crooked railing, shaking the dew from off its wing. The ghosts of winter are forever failing, as a melody of simple living say. My cup is empty, but my heart is heavy, heavy with the peace that comes when vanity is gone. The stone is dry beneath it, in the lingering glow of a quiet dawn. Oh, the sun is a slow and golden honey, red golden honey, dripping through the canopy of lace. The world has forgotten how to hurry in this quiet and hollow place. The clouds are drifting like unwritten letters across the sky, pale and honest blue. And the only truth that really matters is the warmth that is soaking through. Oh, the sun is a stolen golden honey, dripping through the canopy, dripping through the canopy of lace. The world has forgotten how to hurry in this quiet and hollow place. The clouds are drifting like unwritten letters across the sky of pale and honest blue. And the only truth that really matters is the warmth that is soaking through. The porcelain cup feels heavy in my palm, a ceramic anchor in the drifting afternoon. White petals settle on the dark liquid surface like tiny sailboats lost in a mahogany sea. The steam curls upward through the tangled branches, writing in invisible secrets against the blue. I watch the shadows stretch across the grass, measuring time by the cooling of the brew. The bitter bean meets the velvet honeyed air. The world collapses to the rim of this glass. Nothing moves but the breath of the wind. Nothing stays but the ghost of the light. Under the canopy of pale pink snow, where the hours dissolve into a steady flow, I am suspended in the amber of the day, watching the heavy clouds just drift away. The bitterness fades as the sweetness takes hold in this quiet garden where the stories unfold. A gentle fever in the middle of the frost, finding the peace that I thought had been lost under the canopy of pale pink snow, where the hours dissolve into a steady flow. I am suspended in the amber of the bay, watching the heavy clouds just drift away. The bitterness fades as the sweetness takes hold in this quiet garden where the stories unfold. A gentle fever in the middle of the frost, finding the peace that I thought had been lost. A sparrow lights upon a low-hanging bough, shaking down a storm with paper-thin wings. I sip the silence from the very bottom while the distant engine of the city sings. The sun is leaning heavy on my shoulder, a golden weight that keeps me glass. Nothing moves but the breath of the wind. Nothing stays but the ghost of the white. Under the canopy of pale pink snow, where the hours dissolve into a steady flow. I am suspended in the amber of the game, watching the heavy crowds just drift away. The bitterness safe as the sweetest take hold in this quiet garden where the storage unfolds. A gentle fever in the middle of the frost, finding the keys that I thought had been lost. Under the canopy of pale pink snow, where the hours dissolve into a steady flow. I am suspended in the amber of the day, watching the heavy clouds just drift away. The bitterness fades as the sweetness takes hold in the quiet garden where the stories unfold. A gentle fever in the middle of the frost, finding the keys that I thought had been lost. The porcelain cup feels heavy in my palm, a ceramic anchor in the drifting afternoon. White petals settle on the dark liquid surface, like tiny sailboats lost in the mahogany sea. The steam curls upward through the tangled branches, writing invisible secrets against the blue. I watch the shadows stretch across the grass, measuring time by the cooling of the brew. The bitter beam meets the velvet honeyed air. The world collapses to the rim of this glass. Nothing moves but the breath of the wind. Nothing stays but the ghost of the light. Under the canopy of pale pink snow, where the hours dissolve into a steady flow. I am suspended in the amber of the day, watching the heavy clouds just drift away. The bitterness fades as the sweetness takes hold in this quiet garden where the stories unfold. A gentle fever in the middle of the frost, finding a piece that I thought had been lost. Under the canopy of pale pink snow, where the hours dissolve into a steady flow. I am suspended in the amber of the day, watching the heavy clouds just drift away. The bitterness fades as the sweetness takes hold in this quiet garden where the stories unfold. A gentle fever in the middle of the frost, guiding the piece that I thought I'd be lost. A sparrow lights upon a low-hanging bough, shaking down a storm of paper-thin wings. I sit the silent from the very bottom while the distant engine of the city sings. The sun is leaning heavy on my shoulder, a golden weight that keeps me in my seat. There is a mercy in the simple motion, a feel in the earth through the soles of my feet. The bitter beam meets the velvet honey air. The world collapses to the rim of this glass. Nothing moves but the breath of the wind. Nothing to raise but the ghost of a light. Under the canopy of pale pink snow, where the hours dissolve into a steady flow. I am suspended in the amber of the day, watching the heavy clouds just drift away. The bitterness spoke as the sweetness take hold in this quiet garden where the stories unfold. A gentle middle of the frost, finding the peace that I thought had been lost. The steam rises slow from the ceramic rim, while the sun plays hide and seek on a limb. A ceramic cup held tight in my hand, watching the pink petals paint the land. No clock is ticking in this patch of green, just the quietest grace that I have ever seen. There is a bitterness that feels so sweet as the pavement softens beneath my feet. The wind is a ghost shaking about. Everything matters in the here and now. I take a sip and let the world go dim, floating along the horizon's brim. Fragile velvet falling through the air, landing soft in my tangled hair. The dark rose beam and the floral drift, watching the heavy shadow shift. A porcelain piece in a paper cup, looking down then looking up. The morning heat is a gentle wolf with a belly and a spirit that are finally full. Clouds move by like a slow motion train, washing away the dust of the rain. A wooden bench and a steaming brew, seeing the light turn pale and new. Fragile velvet falling through the air, landing soft in my tangled hair. The dark rose beam and the floral drift, watching my heavy shadow shift. A porcelain piece in a paper cup, looking down then looking up. Fragile velvet falling through the air, landing soft in my tangled hair. The dark rose beam and the floral drift, watching the heavy shadow shift. A porcelain piece in a paper cup, looking down then looking up. The steam rises slow from the ceramic rim, while the sun plays hide and seek on a limb. A ceramic cup held tight in my hand, watching the pink petals paint the land. No clock is ticking in this patch of green, just the quietest grace that I have ever seen. There is a bitterness that feels so sweet as the pavement softens beneath my feet. The wind is a ghost shaking about. Everything matters in the here and now. I take a sip and let the world go dim, floating along the horizon's brim. Fragile velvet falling through the air, landing soft in my tangled hair. porcelain piece in a paper cup, looking out then looking up. The morning heat is a gentle world, with a belly and a spirit that are finally full. Clouds move by like a slow motion train, washing away the dust of the rain. A wooden bench and a steaming brew, seeing the light turn pale and new. Fragile velvet falling through the air, landing soft in my tangled hair. The dark roast meat and the floor drift, watching that heavy shadow shift. A porcelain piece in a paper cup, looking